From Dallas, Texas, welcome to Poker House Dallas. I'm Eddie, the Asian sensation, and I am the booth, temporarily alone flying solo, running the ship on my own. Tonight we have a fun little game. Tonight is going to be our Saturday weekly V-pip challenge, and I will get into that at the conclusion of this hand. Harper with pocket ace is going to be taking down this pot. We are a few hands into the stream. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for joining us this lovely Saturday evening from Dallas, Texas. And again, tonight is the V-pip challenge, and I'll go over that shortly. So with that being said, many of you know, probably heard about our V-pip challenge game. The crux of how that's going to work this week, we've tried some different variants on the past couple of weeks, couple of streams. I think we nailed it down. So tonight we're going to be doing this a little differently. Tonight, we're going to be doing a 4.5-hour stream, and players will be booted out, replaced every hour and a half. If you are at or above 35%, you are safe. If you are not above 35% and below 35%, you will be pushed to our feeder table, which is right outside the feature table. So above 35%, you are safe. Every 30 minutes, we will be getting a live update, or the Mike on the action track will be giving a live update on the V-pip stats to the players to let them know. And at the hour-and-a-half mark, we'll be placing the bottom two players. Now, in the event that there's a tie between the bottom two and 3, so let's say, for instance, the bottom is 25% and the next two are 33%, all three players will get booted. So here we are, action underway. To the flop, ace-10 offsuit for the boy in the cutoff. Mac with pocket fours in the hijack. Gonna bet 75. Gets the boy to fold. Here are our chip counts. So this is a match the stack game. So players were allowed to buy up to a maximum of $1,500 to start off. And at any point somebody gets above a significant amount, players are then allowed to add on to their stack. Again, viewers, thank you in the chat for joining us this evening. Share, like, subscribe. All our social media platforms, Instagram, Twitch, Facebook, YouTube. We are getting closer and closer by the week to monetizing our live stream. Just need 1,000 subscribers. Gonna be well underway there. You know what I mean? In the cutoff, gonna open Queen 6 suited. And again, a lot of these players have the option to straddle. From a strategic standpoint, probably don't want to be straddling because the straddle does not count towards the V-pip. To the flop, Harper flopping middle pair with the best of it. Yamin, as the opener, going to c-bet his entire range, going to bet 60 into a pot of about $187. Going to both get the milkman and Harper to call. 5 of spades on the turn. And for those viewers in the chat, let us know how we're doing. Let us know if you can hear us. Milkman going to take the betting lead here on the river. Not the first time the Milkman's played on this stream. Known as Cody, real name. Again, those of you in the chat, thank you for going again to say, oh, one of my favorite chat pros, Mr. Captain Underpair, is probably going to, are you on your way back from California right now? Are you pretty close to Texas? pretty soon here, ladies and gentlemen. We are on a 15-minute delay. Pretty soon here in real time, we're going to be giving these players a V-pip update. Five hours from Dallas. Drive safe. Get some rest. Maybe we'll see you tomorrow, Monday. Mac opening middle position with Queen Jack offsuit. Brax in the small blind. Gonna 3-bet. Now, I don't know if they're playing the 7 deuce game or the Jack 4 game, but they can play. We let them know that they can, so. A number of these players here are frequent players at Poker House Dallas. Probably notice in the 6th seat, Mr. Frankie from Next Gen. Again, a lot of repeat players have had in past streams before. Harper in the big blind with the kings. See if somebody's going to make a move before him. Again, from a strategic standpoint, you're going to see a lot of players limping in position, limping in out of position in the early position of the table configuration. So like under the gun, under the gun +1, you're going to see a lot of limps just to make sure they get their V-pip high. Harper pre-stream kind of joked that he got booted out and he had 30% last time. He was one of the bottom players. Made a comment about that. So people may be thinking he's trying to, raise that V-pip up, even though with him being in the big blind, it's not going to count towards his V-pip. Has 3 betting pocket kings out of the big blind to an open of $20. Everybody with a little bit of everything. Harper with the best hand, though. Doesn't like the ace on the board. The Milkman with club draws. And Brax with a 10. Harper with the best 2 pair now. Oh, and he rips it. Oh, he doesn't rip it. Just kidding. It looked like he ripped it. It's going to bet 50. Brax on the button going to call, and the Milkman going to call as well. Oh, interesting. River. Oh, an check back here. Let's see if Brack's going to turn his hand to... No, he doesn't. He has enough showdown value with full house. So we have 2 full houses with Harper having the best full house. 5's full of kings. And that was my alarm to let them know to do a V-pip check. And again, this is a V-pip game, so players have to try to keep their V-pip at above 35%. If they fall below 35%, the bottom 2 will get booted from this feature table. Now, for those viewers in the chat, you will not be seeing V-pip statistics for probably another 10, 11 hands. We have set it up to where on your end, after the first 20 hands of this stream, for the V-pip stats to pull up on your end. And again, every 30 minutes, we have Mike Tanner on the action tracker tonight going to be letting these players know what their V-pips are respectively. Terrell in the box. Tonight's going to be a 4.5-hour stream as compared to our normal 4-hour stream. So we will be rotating players, the bottom 2 players that are below 35% every hour and a half, and pulling them from a feeder table. Right now, before I stepped into the booth, I think we had about 5 or 6 players on that feeder table. We're going to go 5 ways to the flop. Texas heads up on a monotone board, queen high. The boy with the best of it. Flopping top pair. Harper with the only heart out of the small blind. Everybody checking the flop. Turn bringing a deuce of spades, pairing the board. And again, the boy with the best of it, having top pair with a jack kicker. See if he's going to bet for value. Bets half pot. Probably going to take down this pot. No one else without anybody else holding a heart in their hand. Oh, we got Mac as a caller. Matt going to take the betting lead now on the river. Going to bet 125 into 200. Boy sniffing out the bluff. Rounder, thank you for joining the cat from South Florida. Again, please like and subscribe all our social media platforms. Again, this is the V-pip game. What do you viewers in the chat think about this V-pip game? It's kind of a concept that we came up with a few weeks ago with Eric, our live stream manager, who's out of town visiting family in Minnesota. Wanted to create a game that focused on a lot of action. I don't think we're having some issues with the action tracker. Fortunately, I'm unable to go out there and help with that. They're going to go back and rewind the action. Michael from middle position going to open ace-9 suited to 45. The milkman in the cutoff 3 betting to 200. Pretty big sizing. Going to try to deny some equity. And look, the boy in under the gun actually pocket 8's going to fold. Let's see what's going to happen when it comes back to Mikel. See if he's going to call here. And he's going to fold. Milkman taking this hand down pre-flop with pocket queens 3 betting to 200 after a middle position open for Mikel. There are chip counts. Again, this is a match the stack game. And at any point during this stream, players on the table are allowed to match the biggest stack. So buy-ins are anywhere from 6, believe the shortest stack that bought in was the milkman, bought it for about 650, and then a handful of players topped off to 1500. Again, this stream will be 4.5 hours tonight. Mac picking up all these premium hands pre-flop. These players must think he's just trying to make a move. Gonna bet to 3 bet to 165 after a late position open. Mac taking down the pot, picking up some a bunch of flops pre-flop, a bunch of pots pre-flop. And seeing him having pocket queens, not with pocket kings. Maybe pocket ace is going to pop up. We'll see. How's everyone in the chat doing this evening? Doing well? And Abu Dhabi, I'm not sure how to pronounce that, so let me know if I'm pronouncing that correct. The boy in the small blind with pocket jacks. Got the milkman with ace-3 suited. Armand in the building. I know you're sitting out there on the feeder table hoping to get there onto this feature table at some point. Our first 4-bet of the evening, Jonathan in the cutoff, 3-betting king-queen offsuit. Pretty good hand. Let's see if, going back to the boy, if he's going to come back in cold 5-bet. You don't see too many 5-bets pre-flop. Just going to call. Milkman going to lay his pocket sixes down. Let's see if the Milkman, I've seen a few streams where he's been on and gets a little sticky pre-flop. Here we go to a flop of ace of diamonds, 10 of spades, 4 of clubs. The boy with the best hand. Some backdoor draws for both the Milkman and Jonathan. Milkman having backdoor nut flush draw and Jonathan having backdoor Broadway draw, straight draws. Jonathan as the original 4-better, c-betting his entire range with king, queen, and getting boy to call with his pocket jacks on the turn, him checking. Here we go with Milkman taking over the betting lead on the turn. It's interesting. Probably going to get Jonathan the fold. Let's see what the boy does. Maybe he's watched some streams in the past knowing that the Milkman makes some unorthodox moves, unorthodox lines, unorthodox bet sizing. So let's see if his aggression is going to pay off here. I'll tell you what, Cody, a.k.a. the Milkman, he's kind of a tough player to play against because his ranges are pretty, I wouldn't say uncapped because he's not calling pre-flop with a ton of stuff. But he can put you in tough positions. And he's going to make the call. Let's see if he's going to just go ahead and double barrel on the river and just fire away. 3 of diamonds. No help to anybody. The boy checking. The Milkman going to bet 300. Yeah, going to call. So really small sizing here. Is the boy getting a really good price to pay. So takes it down with pocket jacks after the Milkman trying to make a move here. Going to leave him a little short. Now, again, he bought in the shortest at this tail. I think he bought in around 650 or so, give or take. And then after that, ran it up a bit. Now down to about 540. I like their aggression, though. And again, with the exception of Brown or anybody from out of state or out of town, not from the Dallas area. Yeah, I agree with it. If you're going to take that line and bet the turn as a bluff, if you're going to bet the river, it's pretty much going to be a jam. His stack to pot ratio, I don't remember what was the pot. I think it was 1.7, I believe, and he had about 800 left, just leaving over a stack to pot ratio of about 0.5. So with him only betting 300 on the river, 300 the river, the boy just getting too good of a price to pay when his pocket pair is higher than anything that's on the board there. Maybe he was potentially concerned with an 8 because the board paired with 8s. We'll see. Frankie limping under the gun with ace queen, just trying to get his V-pip up, not wanting to see if he's going to come back over the top after under the gun +1 open with ace 5 suited from Brax. These next chain boys like to get a little sneaky. Yeah, so I think strategic-wise, with him being under the gun, limping in there, probably just trying to get his V-pip higher. Again, with this being the V-pip game. See if Brack's gonna see bet his entire range. Gonna bet 30 in the pot of 67. Now Mac has top pair, but a weak kicker. Let's see if Frankie's gonna come back with a check raise. No one with spades. Yeah, he does come back with the check raise. Going to make it 100. Like it. Sneaky, sneaky. Gets a call from Mac. Bringing in an 8. Now giving Mac a gutty. Gut shot to a straight. Can get a jack. Or get there with 2 pair at the end if you get to 9. Now if a queen hits the river, it's going to be kind of a spicy hand. Again, Frankie betting 175 on the turn after check raising the flop. Oh, and what a bad river card for Frankie. The front door flush gets here, and now straights gets there. Matt getting there with 2 pair, yeah. And Frankie can't do anything there but just check. Let's see what Matt is going to do, if he's going to try to bet thin for value, or if he's going to check it down, and he just checks it down. Going to take the puck. Rivering 2 pair. Wow, it gets there. And I think both players played that hand particularly well, given the circumstances. Just an unfortunate river card for Frankie. That was actually probably the worst card in the deck for both of them, with the 9 of spades bringing in that front door flush, also bringing in a 4-liner to the straight. Here we are with the chip counts. The boy with 2.6 after taking that big pot early on from the Milkman Cody in seat 8. Mac picking up some chips here as well. Rounder, been playing any poker this week? Mikhail with ace king offsuit in the small blind. Don't know if we're going to see a lot of pre-flop action from the early position to late position. Probably going to get a lot of limps here. Players just trying to get their V-pip up. So. Come Mikhail. Gonna raise to 55. Good sizing. Probably gonna pick up a lot of dead money here. Gonna be a little small little pot pre-flop, but obviously with ace king, after all these limpers, with players knowing how to get there. Oh, Yummin's gonna call in position with 7-6 offsuit. Maybe thought that Mikhail was trying to squeeze here. Now, obviously, this is a really good board for Mikhail's raising range out of the small one after all these limps up with a king high board. Flopping top pair with top kicker. Also with a draw to a backdoor. Not flush draw, backdoor. Broadway draw. Just smashing that board. Going to see bet the flop and take down the pot. Getting Yamin to full. I think it's Yamin. I'm not sure. Just online. How's online going? Been playing tournaments cash, Rounder? Sure, you hear Michael yelling out the V-pip percentages. Here on a flop on a monotone board with Queen High, Mikhail flopping top pair. Harper flopping the second nut flush draw. Let's see how he proceeds. If he's going to get sneaky with this hand. A bet from Mikhail. 4 spades on the turn. See if the milkman. Oh, just gonna try and milk it, even though he's not the milkman. Pairing the board. See what Mikhail's gonna do. We're in 2 pair with a queen. Let's see if Harper comes back with a check raise. Just gonna call. I'm guessing maybe I don't think he was concerned about a higher flush draw. Maybe with the board pairing at the end, he wanted to kind of just check call mode. picks up a small pot. Could have missed a little bit of value there on the river. Been playing right now, sitting at 265, 1 million guarantee. All right, good for you. Good luck. How's that going? Yeah, practicing for that November WPT. Yeah, I played. We have that big birthday bash here at Poker House next week. Talk about that in a little bit. But played a little small tournament here. It was a black chip bounty, $300 buy-in. Didn't have too many entries, about 15, 16. Actually, here at Poker House, irrespective of what the guarantee is, if we get at least 6 players in it, we get the tournament. So I was the 6th player just to make sure the tournament didn't get pulled from the schedule. Got $200 in bounties and actually ended up shipping the tournament, but did a little ICM chop at the end with Mr. Armand, who's actually on the feeder table. Hopefully he's going to get in there, but here we are with this hand. Bunch of players with some reasonable hands. Milkman with Queen Jack suited, going to raise it to 40. Out of the big blind. Mac with Ace 5 suited, going to call with just about 95 going to the flop. Milkman flopping the best of with top pair, decent kicker. Mac doesn't have too much in this hand. Calls, oh, and turns an ace. Now, the board's paired, front door clubs get there, but the Milkman turns some additional equity to a Broadway draw. Milkman going to bet 55, Mac calling with top pair. Mike checking the river. 8 of spades. And Mac winning this pot, being to pick up about $150. Going to be putting him close to 2K now. Luke Upton in the chat. Cheering on the Milkman, his boy, Cody, in seat 8. Again, ladies and gentlemen, I'm Eddie, the Asian sensation. Flying solo tonight, and I think maybe at some point during the stream, I'll be joined in the booth by one of the co-general managers, Mr. Matt Osborne, who has been in the booth with me before. Now, the general managers, Daniel McWilliams and Matt Osborne, along with our live stream manager, who is still currently out of town, just returning back for, well, Eric's still in Minnesota with family. And then Matt and Danielle just getting back from Las Vegas, flying in late yesterday evening. Going 3 ways to the flop with 8-5 diamonds. The boy flopping the nut flush draw. Jonathan with a pair of queens, and the Milkman having a flush draw, but the bottom end of the flush draw, a weak flush draw. Action checks to the boy. Let's see if a diamond hits. What kind of action now? 4 of hearts, bringing in a backdoor, secondary backdoor flush draw. I'm also bringing in a gutter for the Milkman, needing a 6. Doesn't have too many outs, so that's about 20% equity. Gonna rip it. Gonna run it twice here. We got some all-ins. Ooh, and nothing for the Milkman there. And the second board brings not sure what the second board brought, but it looks like the Milkman has been felt in his deck. Looks like he's gonna reload. Hopefully he makes sure he lets Terrell know and lets Mr. Mike Tanner on the action tracker know tonight. Viewers in the chat, how we sounding? Or how am I sounding? We're just a few minutes away from doing another V-pip check. Again, this stream started at about 6:15, 6:10, give or take. We're going to go 4.5 hours, so we're going to probably go past about 10:45-ish, give or take. Well, 10:45 out there, 11 o'clock here in the booth, give or take. So, in for a little bit of a late evening. And I'm okay with that. Poker Monkey in the chat. How are you doing? Now that I know that Danielle and Matt are back, I can get you what I promised you to get you, so please remind me. Here we are in hand 17, Mac with pocket queens. Yamin with ace 10 offsuit. Mac's just been getting premiums all night. I think it's the second time he's had pocket queens and had pocket kings earlier. Raising it to 110. Oh, he is another still player behind. Okay. I think he accidentally exposed his card to the boy, not knowing Yamin was there. Comes to a flop of ace high. And it was probably the worst flop for Mac, knowing that an ace and a king hit the flop. What a bummer. He did have backdoor flush, but probably not going to want to get there. Here we are with chip counts to the board. 3K, playing very solid. This, I believe, game the boy in the 3 seat, you mean in the 4 seat, and Brax in the 7 seat. So when we announced this live stream earlier this morning, they put their name on the list. So now this is a first come, first serve. So we start this stream at 6 p.m. Start a little after 6 p.m. Not much of anything on this flop hitting anybody. The boy with the best hand with ace high. Turn king of hearts. No one with a king. Ace high still in the lead. Goes check, check, check around the flop. Gonna go check, check, check on the turn. And ace high still the best hand on the river with a 9 of hearts pairing the board. The boy having a pretty good stream himself. I believe he bought in for 1,500 as well. Doubling his stack, now sitting at about 3.1K. Haven't seen too many action hands this evening. I think there was one hand earlier where there was a 4-bet pre-flop. So, and again, we've had a number of viewers join our chat. Thank you for joining in this Saturday evening here at Dallas, Poker House Dallas, with this 2-5 V-pip game. And again, I'll go over the dynamics of how this game is going to run this evening. Tonight's going to be a 4.5-hour stream, a little half hour longer than we normally do it. And that's a function of this game specifically. Here we go with hand 19. Yamin under the gun with ace 7 suited. Just going to limp. Again, trying to get that V-pip high. Mikhail with ace 10 suited, going to raise it. On a king high board, Jonathan flopping a set of threes. Now there is a diamond. Outside of the diamond draw, it's a pretty dry board. Now on the turn, bringing in the two of diamonds, bringing in a flush draw. Mikkel checking here. Let's see what sizing that Jonathan's going to use with his set of threes. Being in position. Mikkel again under the gun, +1. Was the original razor, pre-flop. Small sizing. Bets 50, about quarter pot. Yeah. And Mikkel with not much of anything going to fold there. I think Jonathan was going to try to squeak out a little value, maybe hoping that Mikkel was on a diamond draw or maybe had a king. Yeah, Poker Monkey. We're getting mixed bag in terms of that. So for those of you that are watching on different social mediums, in the YouTube specifically, Poker Monkey, one of our chat pros, so to speak, that's been chiming in lately along with Captain Underpairs and Rounder for South Florida. Got to give him a shout out, tuning out of state. One of the things we've tried over the past week is just showing everybody's hole cards pre-flop. Now, some of that was a function of the person running the action tracker. Sometimes what happens is, when the action gets kind of quick, if he hits next fold, things of that nature, or if, let's say he misses something and he has to back up, it can lock the cameras out. Now, with that being said, currently we only have 4 cameras for our live stream. Just got a bunch of new equipment in today in the past few days where we're going to be upgrading our live stream. We'll talk about that at the conclusion of this hand. The boy with King Queen raising it to 40 pre-flop. Going to go heads up with a Mac. Has 10-7 offsuit on the button. Probably going to bet this and probably going to get him off his hand. Oh, and Mac with the snap call. Needs an 8. Can he bink it? Oh, turns a little bit of equity. That's actually have the best hand with a pair of 7s. The boy probably looks like he's going to double barrel. Going to represent an ace. Sorry, that's my alarm. Matt going to call now that he's turned some equity. Let's see if the boy's going to triple barrel bluff. Free's going to just check. Guy's going to triple barrel. He's going to get 220 into a pot of 350. Basically, getting 2/3 pot. What a great move as the pre-flop aggressor. Triple barrel bluffing with king high, getting Mac to fold the best hand who only had a pocket 7. So many combinations of hands get there. With him raising out of the small blind, more than likely he has a lot of the ace X type hands there. And again, it was a lip pot kind of around to the button. So use his king queen suited as a bluff pre-flop. Again, that's a good hand, to raise with, to 3-bet with. It blocks a lot of premium type holdings, blocking pocket kings, pocket queens, ace king, ace queen. So with him making that move pre-flop, triple barrel bluffing. Now, I'll say this, at low stakes, mid stakes, a lot of players don't have the confidence or the audacity or, to triple barrel bluff. And he did there and got a full there. So good move by the boy. So Mike should be giving the players a V-pip check. And again, pretty soon you'll be seeing the V-pip statistics pop up if it didn't pop up already. So we are going multi-way to this flop. I don't even know how many we're going. 1, 2, 3, 4, 8 ways to the flop. Not uncommon here in Texas. And let me see who has the best percentages so far. Mac with open ender, even though the boy has top pair. See what the turn brings. Now Brack's also having an open ender, but the wrong end of the open ender, so now brings in a board pairing 9. Doesn't help much of anybody. I'm gonna go check to the river. Oh. Bringing in the 3 of hearts. So let's see what everybody's VPIP is. Should be getting there pretty soon. Ends up being a chop pot. The players both having pair of jacks, 2 pair with 10 high kicker. Chopping up $45, $23 to Harper, 22 to the boy. Here are our VPIP stats. Oh, and our bottom few. Again, if you get kicked off this get kicked off this feature table, you have the option to go back to the feeder table and can come back in at a later, the next rotation. So excuse me. I myself kind of battled a head cold earlier this week in the middle of a deadline, so the milkman flopping a flush draw. You mean it was also a flush draw, but also a gutter, a worse flush draw than the milkman, but also flopping a gutter to a straight. Needs a 3. Didn't see if any 3s were eliminated or not, so. Poker Monkey saying, let's go Frankie. Getting Frankie from Next Gen, representing the Next Gen boys. Yeah, I definitely got to step up that V-pip if he doesn't want to get kicked out. And this is, like, again, this is a really interesting dynamic game. So the way this game is working, so we've tried a couple of different variations over the past couple of streams that we've streamed this game specifically. The first time we ran it, we tried to do the bottom 3 players, irrespective of what percentage they were. Now, with that being said, no one got rotated out because we did not have a feeder table. And pretty much everybody stayed there on the feature table. Now, we didn't announce that game until about 24 hours before we went live with it. Then we tried it again, and then we ended up getting a feeder table. So this is going to be the 3rd time we ran the VPIP game. Last time I think we did 40%. If you were above 40%, you were fine. And Harper in the 9th seat joked that he got booed off because he had 30%. This week we dropped it to 35%, and the bottom 2 players can get booted. Again, going to do 2 rotations out. Luke Upton again, cheering for his boy. What do you guys think about this V-pip game? Trying to create some action, some big pots. Interesting concept that Eric kind of brought up one day when we went to lunch with a handful of us. I thought it was a genius idea, especially being in Texas. I know Rounder has been watching the streams over the past week or so and just in shock and awe with how people's V-pips are really crazy here. People playing hands out of position, their holdings and whatnot. Brack spending $50 into a little small pot. Going to take down the pot with top pair. And shortly, we're going to be pulling 2 new players on. Well, yeah, 2 new players onto this feature table and rotating them out with the feeder table. So hopefully, we'll find out who those players are. It's going to take a minute or 2 to get those 2 players acclimated. Jonathan under their gun +1, raising it to with King Queen offsuit to 20. Gonna have 3 players. Brax with pocket deuce in the small one, looking to set mine. The milkman with ace 9. Currently having, actually no, not having the best hand. Brax having the best hand with 2 pair on a board flop. 2 3s, jack of clubs. Brack's gonna lead the flop here. Or I think they all check called. Turn with the 5 spade. Checks around. And now the milkman rivering 2 pair with the ace kicker gonna take this hand down. Jonathan with king high. Unfortunately, Brack's getting counterfeited when the 5 double pairs the board. Milkman taking it down with 2 pair. 2 pair on the board with ace kicker. Again, this is a V-pip game. Players have to try to keep their V-pip at above 35% or above. And after every hour and a half, the 2 bottom players with the lowest V-pip will get rotated out from the feeder table that's just out of the view of this feature table. We have a busy night here at Poker House. Got a lot of cash games going on this feature table, as well as our satellite to Danielle's birthday bash that starts next Thursday. Talk about that a little more as well throughout the stream. Mac with ace jack offsuit under the gun +1, gonna open to $20. Harper with 9-8. Gonna make the call as well. Looks like we're going 4 ways to the flop on a board. Queen high with 2 hearts. Harper flopping the best of it with middle pair. Now on the turn brings a 6 of hearts, and Mac bringing in the nut flush draw. We're bringing the 4 of diamonds, giving Harper the best hand with 8s and 4s with a queen kicker. Jonathan leading out. Well, after Harper checking the river, Jonathan going to make a bet $50 into a pot of 82. Wonder if he's going to get everybody to fold. Let's see if Harper makes the call. Oh, and Harper makes the call. Don't know if he was worried about a queen there. Don't know if he was worried about hearts or 4. He felt like he wasn't getting a good price. Lex to make the fold with the best hand. Here are our chip counts. Most of the players sitting at 1,000 or above. Again, this is a match the stack. So when these players that are on this feeder table get rotated in, and the 2 players that get rotated out, they have the option to match the stack. And if you hear that countdown, yeah, that's the increase of a blind level. Again, we are running the first, not the first, multiple satellites that'll be leading into Danielle's birthday bash that starts next Thursday. We will be running satellites this evening at 6 p.m. Started about a little over an hour ago. 6 p.m. tomorrow, 6 p.m. Monday, 6 p.m. Tuesday, and 6 p.m. Wednesday. So we're not going to be on our regularly scheduled tournament schedule. Milkman with the best hand here. King high so far. Playing a little passively with this board. See if Jonathan, knowing that 10 high is not going to win at showdown, is going to try to bluff. Just checks and gives up. Both players checking. Milkman winning the hand with king high. Excited, getting his stack back up. I know he's been felted. He added on earlier after getting felted. Here are V-pips. Okay, Frankie, you're at the bottom. You need to make a move up, Bubba. Milkman not having any problem keeping his V-pip. It looks like he's going to keep his seat for the rest of the evening. We all know he likes to get splashy and get in there pre-flop. Now, getting back to the satellites here at Poker House. These satellites give you a seat to Danielle's birthday bash that starts next Thursday. Now, the structure of these satellites, again, starting at 6 p.m., first flight, I guess first daily flight. We've had satellites every Tuesday for the past month now. And be getting a satellite starting today, 6 p.m. through Wednesday. Starting at 6 p.m., buying is $120. You get 15,000 chips, and you have the option to do a 5,000 staff bonus to start with $20K. 15-minute blinds, and paying 1 in 5 to our Daniel's birthday bash starting next Thursday. Now, I think we've given over 50 seats or so. I am not 100% positive, but gonna go 4 ways to this flop. The boy with pocket nines has the best hand on an ace high board. 2 threes on the flop. Pretty disconnected dry board outside of the ace. A lot of these players shouldn't be having any threes in their range. Not too many combinations of 3x. The boy betting 75. Harper calling on the button with 7-6. Ooh. And the boy turning nines full. Gonna check for deception on the turn. 8 of spades. Let's see what sizing he uses. If he's gonna go small sizing to try to get callable, maybe an ace. I'm going to go polar with his sizing here. Over bets a pot bets. 475 into 335. Hoping that maybe Harper had a 3 or maybe had an ace that he could call that with. Now, since I've been in the booth a lot, I used to try to play about 3, 4, 5 days a week. You know, I play semi-recreationally. And I don't know what that means specifically. Now that I've been kind of relegated to the booth, and I don't mean that as a bad thing. Oh, okay, here we go. We have some hands here pre-flop. Mac with king 10 suited, the small blind. Ace king, the boy with the big blind. Yamin under the gun with ace jack, and Brax with ace queen. So a lot of these players having each other's outs. The boy with the best hand with ace king. Brax raising to 20. Middle position, I believe, in the hijack. Get some calls all the way down to the boy who's going to 3-bet to 150 his ace king. Let's see what Braxton Mack do here. Probably Yamin gonna fold with all this action behind him. And wow, Yamin using Ace Jack offsuit as a 4-bet bluff to 400. Again, as you 3-bet, 4-bet, 5-bet, you know, your sizings don't need to be relative, don't need to be big relative to as previous streets. So, you know, a lot of people say if there's a open or a raise from under the gun +1, if you're in later position, raise it 3x plus each of the colors that were after the original opener. If you're out of position, you want to go 4x plus all the other colors or what's in the pot. Now, as you 4-bet, you don't need to necessarily go, you know, in this scenario, you don't need to go to 450. Makes it smaller. And Yamin's not that deep. So this is the hand he can 4-bet fold if he has to. Maybe thinking that the boy's trying to make a move out of the big blind. Let's see if he rips it. If he calls here, the stack to pot ratio on the flop is going to be about 1-to-1 for Yamin. He does have the effect of stack size here. Now, interesting 4-bet bluff with Ace Jack offsuit from under the gun. Yamin hasn't been too terribly active on this featured table, and the boy's been fairly active, so he may think he's trying to squeeze, try to pick up some of that dead money. The boy in the tank. Just gonna call. Again, stack to pot ratio for Yamin on the flop, 1-to-1. See what the flop brings. Pretty big queen high. So I'm probably gonna go check, check, or see if he just rips it here. You know, Yamin can have a lot of. Ooh, gonna make it a small sizing on the. That's 275, I believe, into a pot of 840. Now, if he calls, he's gonna have to rip it. If he gets checked to on the flop, if he gets checked on the turn, if the boy, unless Yamin gives up on the turn, assuming that the boy calls here. The boy in the tank of a little bit. Hasn't seen too many bluffs, too many moves from Yamin here. Could be putting a hand like jacks, tens. The boy's theoretically blocking pocket aces, ace, king, pocket kings. Maybe putting him on a set of queens. Small sizing from Yamin on c-betting his entire range. Going to get the boy to fold the best hand, getting him the full ace, king. Nice move by you, picking up a nice little pot here. $440, getting him to about 1.7K. So funny story about Yamin. I know him. I don't know him well, but I've seen him around the Dallas poker rooms here. And neat little story, you know, for those of you in the chat, I spent 2 months in Vegas, played a handful number of WSOP events. The first day I was there, or maybe the second day, played at the Bellagio. I think I was playing their 2-5 game. Then all of a sudden, see this guy say, "Hey, what's up, Ed?" And I'm like, "Who knows me? That's here. That knows I'm here." And it was Yamin. So he was there. He wasn't there to play a WSOP event. I think he was there on a family event. I think they went to watch a wrestling match. I could be wrong. But they came as a family, went to watch some wrestling. Thought that was kind of neat. So spent some time with him there playing a little bit of the Bellagio 2-5 cash. I think actually, yeah, 2-5 cash. So pretty neat, pretty fun. Heads up to this flop here. King high board. Harper with the best hand, ace queen. Turn bringing the 6 of diamonds. Mikhail electing to turn his queen jack of diamonds into a bluff, getting Harper to fold. cumulative winnings there. Pokemon, you played the Colossus and the Salute to Warriors. Had a good time and gained some good W. Yeah, you know what? It was fun. I don't even remember how many events I played. I don't know. I really don't remember. Double digits. Not high double digits because there was double digit events, like 82 events or something like that. Going 6 ways to this flop with the ace of diamonds, 10 of diamonds, 3 of spades. Harper flopping the second nut flush draw, but Jonathan blocking the nut flush draw with the king of diamonds and 6 in his hand. Mikkel with the best of it with just 2, with a pair of 3s. Gonna bet small, bet 15. Oh, Mikkel now turning 2 pair. 3s and 4s. A little bit of a connected board here. Some Broadway draws, front door diamonds, wheel draw. Board pairs now. And again, sorry, at times you're going to hear an alarm in the background. This is a V-pip game. We're trying something new, a little bit different tonight. See how this format specifically goes. Again, Mikkel with the best of it. Probably thinking his 2-pair got counterfeited there. Or maybe Harper with an ace, so that going check on the river. Mikkel picking up a nice little pot here. Our chip counts. Good friend of mine in the chat, Mr. Hayden 14. How you doing this evening? Yeah, I had a fun time at Double. It was kind of like a bucket list item for me. Last year, I went there to kind of help some friends out and whatnot. This year, what intended was supposed to be a few days, ended up being there for 2 months. So, neat little experience. Definitely wouldn't stay there for 2 months, even though Airbnb, but it was fun. Again, a bucket list item for me. Yeah, I mean getting a little spicy. Again, saw him 4-bet bluff with ace-jack offsuit and then C-barrel on a queen-high board, getting the boy to fold ace-king. That flop. Again, they're going head to head. This hand again. Yeah, I mean 3-betting with ace-king offsuit on the button. And both players getting a piece of this relatively dry board. Got, backdoor, Broadway draw, straight draw. The boy checking the flop. Yeah, I've been c-betting his entire range, trying to rep the hand that he actually is holding. The boy probably going to peel 1 street at least here with middle pair. Interesting turn card. Queen of spades now bringing in Broadway, bringing in backdoor spades. You mean with the ace of spades, blocking the nut flush draw. Probably going to go check barrel. Ooh, checks for deception on the turn. That's a really bad card on the river with the 9 of spades getting there. Again, you mean having the ace of spades. Yeah, probably didn't. Yeah. You mean missing a bet there on the turn. Probably could have got the boy to fold on the turn. The boy rivering 2-pair with 10s and 9s. Yeah, that was like... That river card was a bad card for you, man. It brings in front door or backdoor spades. It brings in straight draws, a 4-liner to a straight jack getting there. Yeah, Pokemon League, they have some really good satellites. They have different level satellites. I don't remember the buying structure for them, but you can pay a smaller fee, but it's like 1 in 20 or 1 in 30. I'm making up the numbers. Or you can buy in for a bigger one. It's going to be 1 in 10 kind of type deal. So number of different ways you can get into the main event outside of just buying in for the big kahuna 10K. And rounder looks like the 9 seat left, so he's probably going to get replaced by some of these players on the feeder table. And again, I'm in the booth alone flying solo this evening, so I am not going to have the opportunity to check out on the feature table. And for those of you, thanks again for joining in on this chat. This is our 2-5 Saturday V-pip game, where the 2 lowest players, after every hour and a half, get replaced. Not the two lowest players under 35%. So if you're at or above 35%, you get to keep your seat. Now, if you're below 35%, the 2 lowest players there get booted. Frankie from Next Gen in danger of getting booted. I think he had the lowest or second lowest V-pip, so he's gonna need to get that V-pip pretty high. Start playing a couple hands. And this is a really, like I said, this is a really interesting concept, really interesting game. Now in Texas, relative to other parts of the country, not that I have played in other parts of the country outside of Vegas. Played in Oklahoma, played in Louisiana. I've actually played in California before. Oh, we got some action here. Jonathan gonna 3-bet Queen Jack suited. Gonna get the boy to fold. Mikhail pocket queens. With action behind with Frankie on the button. Is he just gonna get his chips all in? Yeah, and he does. Rips it for his entire stack. All in for $775. Frankie with a snap fold. I'm gonna put Jonathan in the tank. What's he repping? Yeah, he's probably just gonna end up folding here. I do like that 3-bet there from Jonathan. That's a good hand. Got suited Broadway cards that functions really well as a 3-bet bluff. When a player that hasn't, when a player like Mikhail hasn't 4-bet very much at this table. Now, when Mikhail started this table, I believe he only started this feature table with 800, 850. The most you could buy in at the beginning of the stream was 850. Getting his chip stack up there. Uh-oh, did something happen with the tracker? Looks like there's an issue with the action tracker. Pretty sure not everybody's all in here for 13.6K, because that would be really nasty, especially with some of these holdings. What if we got it locked up? Yeah, sorry for that hand particularly. Going back to these satellites. Starting next Thursday, we'll be having the 150K Danielle's birthday bash. 150K guarantee. 35K guaranteed for first place. If you multi-bag that second bag plus third bag, fourth bag, fifth bag, get you an additional 3K. It's pretty unheard of. Look for a good turn on that. Have flight starting Thursday. Oh, Renee going to get subbed in the 9 seat. Subbing in for Harper. Don't know if he got booted or if he just needed to leave, so. Four ways to this flop. Milkman flopping top pair. Mr. Gene Billman, one of our dealers from Minnesota here in the chat, Facebook chat. Thanks for joining in. I'm assuming you're off or either on a break. Here are cumulative winnings. The boy and Mikhail, the only winners so far has been the boy having the biggest win so far. Number of these players are in the negative. The boy running pretty hot. Starting this feature table 1.5, building his stack to 3.4K. This is a match to stack game. This is a game that we're going to probably run on a fairly often basis. Now, with that being said, after Danielle's birthday bash, I think we're going to put together a more concrete schedule in terms of our live streams, weekly tournaments, weekly cash games. Get things scheduled a little bit better, give you guys an opportunity to get notifications. Also, starting next week, we're going to have a number of upgrades to our live stream. Right now, we are running 4 cameras, which is why sometimes, you know, these tables get stuck and whatnot. The cameras get stuck. We'll be going to 8 cameras total. One of those tables that we're going to feature the floor there that's behind seats 3, 4, and 5, and our overhead flop cam that everybody's been asking for. So that's going to be fun. We have all the wiring in. We have all the cameras in. We have all the neat new stuff to make this upgrade. And we're going to just kind of phase in periodically over the next few months to get this live stream where we want it to go. Pablo Reagan saying, Hayden Fortinia, how are you? Thank you, Pablo, for joining the chat. Giving a shout out to Mr. Hayden Fortini. You mean under the gun with pocket tens? Poker Monkey, are you on 2 forums? You on Facebook? Okay, that's your Facebook today. Here we go and heads up to this flop. Ooh, overpair to the board, but Brax with a flush draw. Some backdoor equity with straights as well. You mean with the best of it. Brax betting 20 on the flop. You mean calling the 20 bet? Turn bings in a 3 of spades. You mean checking? Let's see what Brax does. If he's going to continue to fire. Now turning additional equity up and down. Straight draw. Needs an ace, a heart, or a 6. Now has about 35% equity in this hand. Whereas pre-flop before, Yamin was the favorite to win. A number of viewers joining the chat late this evening. And thank you very much for joining. I'm Eddie the Asian Sensation in the booth, flying solo this evening. Playing our fun little 2-5 V-pip game. On a 15-minute delay. You mean checking the river. Let's see what Brax does if he's going to turn his hand into a bluff, knowing that 5-high is not going to win. I wouldn't imagine him turning it into a bluff. Going to super polarized bet. Going to get him the full. Oh, the snap call there. Picks up a nice little pot. Brax flopping. Flush draw, turning on open-ended straight draw, having about 35% equity going in the river. Bricks the river with a queen of club hits. With Yamin checking to him on the river, he's going to have to turn his hand into the bluff if he wants to try to win this hand, and bets 350 and gets snap called by Yamin. Good call by Yamin, knowing that there were a lot of draws there that beat, a lot of draws that missed on the river. Could have been potentially worried about a queen from the river, but the queen based off that bet line probably shouldn't have made a difference in his decision making. Looks like Mikhail's getting booted off. And again, we are streaming 4.5 hours this evening. Going to be rotating players out from the feeder table. And again, I don't know how many players we have on that feeder table. Currently in the background, we have our satellite to Danielle's birthday bash. Have a total of player pool of 29. A little smaller than expected. So based off this, assuming that we add another player, going to be awarding 6 seats to the birthday bash. Also have a number of cash tables going on out there. We got 2 of these tables, one the actual live stream itself, and then one a feeder table going to this live stream. 4 1-2 tables and 2 $5 bomb pot tables. So a total of 8 tables going on, plus our tournament tables. Structure for the satellites. Again, these satellites are going to be running this evening, tomorrow evening, Monday evening, Tuesday evening, Wednesday evening, leading up to Flight 1A starting Thursday. The satellites buy-ins, $130 buy-in. Sorry, $120 buy-in, $10 staff add-on. If you don't do the staff add-on, you get a $15K. If you do the staff add-on, you get an additional $5K. So you can start with up to $20K in chips. 15-minute blinds, pretty turbo-y. Awarding 1 in 5 seats to the Danielle's birthday bash. Again, starts next Thursday. Next Thursday, that tournament. Oh, you're in here with trip 7s. Now the board's slightly connected with 2 flush draws. Oh, and the boy getting there on the river with a flush draw. Yamin's got to think his hand's good here, and I know he doesn't like that backdoor flush. Let's see if the boy's going to lead the river here. If he's going to check, maybe try to get the deuce of bluff. The thing is with a small line like this, okay, he does fold and snap. Yeah. The boy getting a little sneaky there, checking the river when he hits the flush. You mean betting 300 to a pot of 300. Pretty much betting pot with trip 7s, thinking his trip 7s are good there. Getting snap called by the boy who hits the flush draw. Here are V-pip. Oh, it looks like Frankie survived. Was a little worried about him. I think he was second V-pip, so with 22%. Gonna definitely be in danger this next go around, so hopefully he can get that V-pip up. The boy pretty much running over this table here with his chip stack. Been running super well now for about an hour and a half. Been just streaming now for about an hour and a half. Sorry about that, ladies and gentlemen. Just trying to go back and remove some of these spam. Here we are, heads up to this flop. Ace Jack suited versus Jack 10 suited. John with a pretty good hand here. Flop and flush draw. Now turning gutty to a straight. Going to take down a small pot. And I know this camera is stuck. That's on me. Again, manning the booth by myself. So trying to manage this stream. Manage the substitutions in and out from the feeder table. And run the camera. So I'll tell you what, being in the booth and running this is definitely not a one-man job. It's definitely a fun job. Something I enjoy. Now, going back to Danielle's birthday bash, we're going to have 3 days of qualifying, 2 flights each day. The buy-in for the tournament is $500. The morning flights for Thursday, Friday, Saturday, all 3 of those start at 10 a.m. Evening flights start at 4 p.m. You can start off with 40K in chips, be playing 30-minute blind levels, and cutting down to the top 10%. Now, again, one of the neat things we're doing here at Poker House with our live stream specifically is whereas most rooms usually live stream high-stakes games, high-stakes cash, final tables only of tournaments, we here at Poker House kind of want to give everybody an opportunity to play on a live stream. So, going to be fun. Going to give players an opportunity that normally wouldn't get to pay a featured table. So, at the close of registration for each of the flights, 6 flights in total again, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, morning flight starting at 10, afternoon, evening flight starting at 4 p.m., we will be having a featured table at the close of registration for each flight. Again, this is a 150K guarantee, 35K for first place, cutting down to the top 10% of each flight, and then playing day 2 Sunday starting at 1 p.m. Hoping to smash that guarantee. This past summer, we have Danielle's birthday bash. So this summer, we just had the summer bash, celebrating the 1-year anniversary here at Poker House. Made that a 100K guarantee. At the end of the tournament, ended up being a prize pool totaling over $205,000, and I believe first place, Bart Bogard winning that tournament, 43, 44K, give or take. Miss Daphne, I think Miss Daphne was originally on the feeder table. I don't know if she still is here or not. Again, ladies and gentlemen, sorry for the camera view stuck. That's definitely going to be an issue that's going to be resolved with this new 8-port switch once we get that installed early next week. Going to be running a number of tests on that. Trying to improve this live stream. I'm going to get more dealers trained here in the room to deal this featured table. I'm going to get more of the staff that are willing to run the action tracker. Also going to get individuals to be in the booth. Out of curiosity, if we had tryouts, I haven't got this approved. When Nick, again, had a nice little talk with Nick a few nights ago. When does that tourney start, the birthday bash? So we're running satellites currently right now. We've run a satellite every Tuesday for the last month. This evening was the first night of daily flights. So the flights for the satellite started this evening, daily, that being every day versus weekly. Started at 6 p.m., $120 buy-in, okay, $10 staff bonus. Start out with 15K. If you do that staff bonus, you get another 5K. So you would start out the satellite with 20K, 15-minute blinds, awarding 1 in 5 seats to Daniel's birthday bash, which starts next Thursday. I've only played in one tournament. Would like to give it a shot. Yeah, definitely give it a shot. You know, I will say, tournament here are V-pip. Sorry, that kind of disappeared rather quickly, but tournament play is significantly different from cash play. I think my game style favors tournament play. So the birthday bash starts on Thursday. Going to have flights 10 a.m. and 4 p.m. Thursday, Friday, Saturday. Going to $500 buy-in. It's going to be 30-minute levels. Going to cut to the top 10% of each flight. And each of those top 10% that makes it to day 2 automatically in the money for a min cash. Oh, here we go with Mac. Flopping trips. Mac and the boy are just running hot this evening. Mac turning it up early on in the stream, and then since then the boy kind of steamrolling the table. Mac turning Full house, three's full. You're mean gonna call with backdoor flush draw, 10 high flush draw. Oh, and then Max got this whole board here. This is interesting. Maybe Renee thinks that he has the best hand with the board double pairing unless he's putting on queen. Yeah, and Renee makes the call 75. It's kind of small, 75 into a pot of. I didn't see it because I was trying to follow the action, but makes a small sizing. I think maybe closer to pot size 175, 75, 50. I think there was a pot about 120, so making maybe about 60% bet. Renee thinking maybe his ace high is good there when the board double pairs, not realizing that Mac turned the boat and double turned the boat on the river with 3-4 suited. 43 hands into the stream, hour and 45 in. The boy with pocket queens under the gun. Raising. Did he straddle? Oh, he's straddling. Now again, with this being a V-pip game, being in early position, I wouldn't straddle because you want to make sure you're getting your V-pip high enough to stay on this table. Now, the boy has been playing in a lot of hands, so he's probably not overly concerned about his V-pip percentages. Nick, you have to come play this game. I think you would have a lot of fun in this game. You get a little splashy, and again, we had a conversation the other night. I think you would do really well in the stream. So, obviously, we're not going to be having this specific game next Saturday because we will be live streaming the feature table from our Saturday flights. And Nick, if you have a question about the tournament, just let me know. Shoot me a text. Oh, Matt. 3-betting with Jack 10, getting dicey. Flopping an open ender. The boy flopping middle set. And the two chip leaders going to collide. Does Mac rip it? Oh, boy. And the voice is going to have to call. This pot is going to brew up to be with the two chip leaders. This is going to be an interesting hand. I think he's going to have. I don't see how you can fold here unless, he's worried about a set of kings. Maybe Mac has a hand that has a ton of equity that maybe he has a hand like some sort of combo draw, some diamond holding with a straight draw. And again, the boy doesn't have any diamonds, and he's not blocking any straight combinations. So yeah, ace jack of diamonds could be a good hand that he's ripping it all in, and he makes a call. And I know Mac probably thinks he's got a pretty decent shot, knowing that how strong the boy is. See if they're gonna run it once or twice. What an action flop! Surprised Mac ripped it there. Oh, turns two pair. Oh, and misses on the river, assuming they're running it. The table in awe. And wow, the boy starting this table, featured table with 1.5K, now up to 7K. Mac had a very nice chip count before this hand. Getting felt and they're going to have to reload. Gosh, he was up to a point where he almost had 3K. I think he did have 3K at some point. So surprised he took that line there. Yes, that was a big pot. It was about, I think it was closer to 7. I think Mac started that hand with just a little over 3,000. I could be wrong. So I don't know if he's reloading or he is done for the evening. We'll see. We'll find out soon enough. Then, ladies and gentlemen, for those of you in the YouTube stream, apologies for the spam. I'm going in there and deleting all of it. Again, I'm Eddie, the Asian sensation in the booth tonight. Flying solo. Putting on my big boy pants. Yeah, he's definitely going to have to color. They'll need to get that. That's pretty funny because, you know what? I don't know, Nick. I'm one of those guys that would just like to have a big tower for intimidation factor. Now, I'm not going to lie. That stack makes me nervous. Not more worried about it falling. It doesn't happen to like restack it. I would color up only for that purpose, but I do like having the big stacks. Rounder asks a really compelling question here. What are your thoughts on tipping into tournaments, and do you have an amount? Gosh, that's such a good question. So last night I played this bounty tournament here at Poker House. It's $300 buy-in. Now, we didn't have that many players. I think we had like 16 players, 15 players. And the only reason I jumped in there, here are cumulative winnings, the boy with 5K. And no one really else having a winning session this evening. The boy probably going to want to play a lot of these streams now, knowing how much action they are. Anyway, played a tournament last night here. Buy-in was $300. It was a black chip bounty. I won $200 in bounties, and that I did kind of ICM chop. The blinds were just getting really crazy, and I had them out chipped 18 big blinds to 11 big blinds. Now, I usually don't chop. I like to play things out, but with that blind level structure, I did ICM chop, blah, 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 blah. So I think I made 11. Sorry, I had 3 bounties. So 1,200, 900 for doing the ICM chop plus 200 bounties. I ended up tipping $100. Now, that's not pretty standard. I'm only, oh, wow. Big John flopping the joint here. Tries to bet small. You mean not having anything? I don't know the answer. I was actually posed that question more from a cash side than a tournament. I think a good number. Gosh, I don't even know. Viewers in the chat, if you're playing a tournament, what are you tipping if you cash? Again, like last night, between bounties and the actual prize pool itself, $1,200, and I tipped 100. Again, that's not pretty standard. You know, that's 10%. A lot of people say 3 to 5%. I don't know what the number is. I don't know what's appropriate. I know as the prize pool is bigger, you don't have to do, you know, on a 200. If you score 250K, you don't have to do 12.5. But I don't know. I think as the prize of what you win is bigger, and I don't know what that number is. Like the smaller percentage you can pay. I don't know. What about you? What do you do, Rounder? Again, for the record, I'm a really generous tipper. Wow, the Milkman flopping the lion's share of this equity. Top pair, nut flush draw, combo draw of sorts. Brax also flopping top pair with ace kicker, not knowing that the Milkman has a better hand, better draw here. Would have liked to see the Milkman raise there. Brack's probably going to double barrel here on the turn. Let's see if the Milkman raises on the turn. Rounder, do you tip a certain percentage? Was a bartender for 7 years, so end up tipping higher than I usually do. And he's just going to call here. I'm going to chop it up. You know, if he raises that turn, barrel's turn, he may get Brax to fold. Maybe, maybe not. Again, Milkman earlier on was kind of playing some speculative hands, getting a little juicy, getting a little spicy with his hands. Kind of slowed down a little bit since topping off earlier in the stream. Here we are, Frankie down at the below with the V-pip, 19% John. Frankie in danger of getting booted off this feature table. Hasn't really caught too much on this feature table. I know in past streams he's run well on his next gen stream. Again, that stream is going to be going on tomorrow evening, and I believe one of the Hazlitt House boys will be commentating. I don't know if that's going to be Chris or Nick, and then I think one of the Next Gen boys is going to be commentating. So I'm not sure how they have their rotation in terms of the commentators they have. I believe it's usually one of the Hazlitt boys, if not both, and then maybe one of the Next Gen guys that's not playing the stream. Hand 47. Jonathan in the pocket, Jackson middle position. John with a suited connector in the small blind. The boy in the cutoff with King 8 diamonds. Mac with Ace 6 off, gonna call. Same thing with the boy. Same thing with John. Now John's new to this featured table. Again, the camera was stuck on seats 2 through 5. So now we're just getting a view of him. Renee was subbed in earlier, subbed in for Harper. I don't remember who was in the 5 seat earlier. Nine high board. Jonathan gonna c-bet here, knowing that his overpair is likely good. Maybe hoping somebody had a 9. Or a piece of that board where they can continue the flop. Done. Pre-flop raises. Here we go. The boy 25%. Number of players at 19%. John, Renee, and Frankie 8% below. Now John and Renee have just joined this feature table, so they haven't been here for a while. Just a few minutes away from doing a VPIP check in lifetime. Again, on a 15-minute delay here at. So, sorry, Rounder. I'm not responding as quicker to the chat because I'm running solo this evening. So, having to check my timer to make sure I remind these guys to with the VPIP game and make sure I'm commentating on the action, talking about the upcoming tournaments. So when I split final 3 for 9K each, I end up tipping 500. But that was my fixed tournament cash. I think other 2 players. For the record, I think that's really good. Not really tournament. Wasn't sure how to give. Find myself tipping more than the average player during cash, but was clueless for tournament. No, you know what? So, that's what I'm saying. It depends. Are you trying to grind for a living? I don't know. I don't know. You mean with the best hand here, top pair now with the milkman with a flush draw. Queen high flush draw. Also a 5 away from hitting the wheel. Now in Texas, I don't know how true this is not in Florida. And also I have to go into the chat and remove these spam messages that pop up. So multitasking, doing the best that I can. I think I'm doing a decent job. You in the chat, let me know how I'm doing. If you think I could do anything better, let us know what you think about the stream and how we can make improvements. Randy, are you a grinder for a living? Do you have a quote-unquote regular job? You mean making the best hand here? Ace, queen, top pair. Scary board. At least the flop was scary. Monotone. Not much to action on this hand. Sorry about that, ladies and gentlemen. Had to step out of the booth for just a second. How do I sound audio-wise, volume-wise? How does the table sound? Yeah, you know, Rounder, so I've been playing for 2 years. And believe it or not, a lot of people find that really hard to believe. Just because, I guess, quote unquote, my poker knowledge. Whatever that means. Got divorced a couple years ago. Trying to figure out what to do with my life. Can't hear the table. Sorry about that. I believe you're going to start hearing the table now. And I'm not going to lie. I'm embarrassed. That's my fault. How does the volume sound with me? Yeah, so I've been playing poker for a couple years now. First year, I just kind of dunked off money. I was just playing, just to play. Past year, I got some coaches, started studying. Kind of been bouncing back between cash and tournament. Yeah, I'm a finance guy. I'm a CPA, so I'm good with numbers. I mean, I'm Asian, so yeah. I mean, I fall in that category. I was either gonna have to be a doctor, a doctor, or like an engineer. It's actually really funny because I'm Filipino, right? A lot of Filipinos are in the nursing industry, or they're either engineers or they are in the medical field. My sister and I have an older sister that's 10 years older back in Houston. She's a teacher. I'm a CPA, so we decided to go get the grade. And yes, a lot of people ask me if I'm Filipino, if I do karaoke. I do. Karaoke is my thing. This flop 2 diamonds, Mac with a flush draw, and John with just pocket 8s. Equity split here. Definitely going to see Mac. Again, Mac buying in after getting felt. They bought it for, it looks like he bought it for at least 3.5K. I'm sorry for the table mics. That's my fault. When we went live with the stream, I didn't want you to hear the table chat, so better late than never. Because this evening is going to be a 4.5-hour stream. Probably going to end around the 11 o'clock hour. Yeah, boy has a big stack. What's amazing or remarkable, he bought it for 1,500 and has been just running so hot. Now, he's playing extremely well. I don't want to make it seem like he's been getting lucky. He's played extremely well. A lot of players have a little bit of this flop. Renee has the best of it with the backdoor club draw. Renee going to take the pot down on a floor 4 club board. Here are your pre-flop race statistics. Frankie at the bottom, 3%. Renee, 5%. Again, newer to this feature table. The boy and Jonathan. Jonathan's relatively new to this table as well. Yeah, so going back to your question, Rounder, about tipping, gosh, I'm just a generous tipper in general. And I don't even know what's appropriate. I haven't had anything like a super significant score. The boy with top pair, but only a pretty weak kicker. The milkman with some backdoor draws, backdoor spades. Backdoor straight draws. The boy just, goodness gracious. Could have been one, pretty close to pot here. Turn some equity, needs a gutter. To a straight. Needs a jack. Or a queen. Or a 10. Picks up a lot of equity. It's good. The boy making the call on the turn. $555 going into the river. The boy now making trips. Renee, knowing he missed all his overcards and straight, going to turn his hand to a bluff. Bets 350 in the 555. Boy, probably going to snap call here. Now it brings in the backdoor heart draw as well, so. Doesn't have any hearts himself, unblocking hearts. Pretty decent sizing into a $555 pot. I think if you had a better kicker, you'd be prone to calling here, but see if the boy sniffs this one out. Could be putting on some sort of combo draw on the turn, like Jack 10 of hearts. Jack 8 of hearts. Yeah. Queen 10 of hearts. I'll tell you this. For those viewers in the chat, maybe thinking that's kind of a nitty fold there because he has trips. Again, Renee's new to this table. Bet a pretty big sizing on the turn. Almost a pot-sized bet. Front door flush gets there.
Raise 25. 6 fold. 7 call. When do we get the V-pip updates? 1 fold. 2 fold. 3 fold. 4 fold.
Don't worry, Milkman. You're safe. Brack's flopping a monster here. Flopping a flush draw, also with a straight draw. But John having the ace of hearts blocking the nut flush draw. Let's see if how both players proceed on this flop.
120.
John leads out on the flop.
5 call.
Brax raises, knowing that he has got a very decent combo draw. I think John having the ace of hearts knows that he's blocking the nut flush draw. Now the 2 of spades brings in the wheel draw, some straight draws, a secondary backdoor flush draw. Yeah, and a bad run out for Brax's hand. He does have the best hand with a pair of 5s. Probably not thinking his 5s are good here. Viewers in the chat, how does the volume sound on the table relative to me here in the booth? Let me know what you think. Thank you, Poker Monkey, as always, for joining the chat. Is Cup still here, or is he driving? It must be his turn to drive.
Six fold, 7 fold, 8 call, 9 fold, 1 fold, 2 call, 3 fold, 4 call.
Rounder, how's the tournament going?
8 bet 10, 2 fold, 4 fold, 5 fold.
Looks like we have a substitution in on the action tractor. Mr. Craig Dobson coming in. Now our final dealer, Mr. Dakari. Here's our chip counts. The boy with the overwhelming chip stack lead, 6.7K. Mac had the rebuy and rebought it for most of that amount. Now Frankie not having, playing a ton of hands. Asia Salzman, who's your man?
8 calls, 9 fold,
Let me know.
1 fold, 2 raise 30, 3 raise 100, 4 fold, 5 fold, 6 fold, 7 fold, 8 fold, 1 call.
Gonna go heads up to this flop. 3-bet pot. Both flopping top pair. Mac with ace king suited. The boy with ace 5 of hearts. The boy betting. Let's see if Mac comes and raises over him. Doesn't, just calls. Jack of diamonds coming in. Badoogie board, rainbow board on the turn. Bringing in some straight draws. Broadway draws. 4 spades, not doing too much of anything. Turn went check, check. Mac leading out the river, 300 into 367. Mac taking down the pot, getting some chips here. Here we go with our V-pip. Frankie in danger. John in danger as well, 33%. If he can get it above 35%, he's good.
Man, can we get the football game over here? That's like 1 point out here.
So, Cup, okay, so I don't know if you're driving or not. Hold on. I'll answer your question in just a second.
That's how you're coming right. Next gen is canceled. You guys don't understand how serious that is because I'm going to cancel next year. You're already the biggest threat to America. That's my next vlog. Next year. Able-bodied white male, 18 to 35. New terrorist.
All right, Asia. cheering on Brax, who's in the big blind with 8-6 offsuit, sitting with 2.3K. Brax played very, very well. Tried to make some moves. Got caught with against some better hands. But overall, played overwhelmingly pretty solid. Again, I think when I asked before, ace-king suited for Renee, +1. Yamin with ace-5, raising it. Let's see if, 3-bet to 125. Gonna be going heads up here. Renee flopping the best of it. Top pair, top kicker. Yamin with an overcard and backdoor draw. Interesting check by Renee here on the flop after being the 3-bet. Ooh, that turn card gets a little dicey. Bringing in Yamin's backdoor flush draw. Renee gonna check the turn. Let's see what size Yamin uses. It's 400 to pot of 632. Now, if Renee calls and doesn't just shove here, it's going to leave him a stack to pot ratio of about 60.65. Cup, thanks for your text earlier today. And wow, Renee folding. I don't know if that's doesn't seem correct that that hand played out the way it did with their specific holdings. Maybe it was, and Renee just thought that Yamin hasn't been making many moves. Yes, I will be here tomorrow. And yes, how late am I staying tonight? I don't know. I haven't been getting a lot of sleep. I have a deadline on Monday. I'm almost done with everything, so I may just stay up and finish what I have tonight or get up early in the morning. I haven't decided what I'm going to do yet this evening. Yeah, BF, I agree. Scared money never wins. I know Renee as a player. That seems like an unorthodox fold for him right there. So I'm not sure if the cards got that right or what. So we'll see. Ten high board. Turn bringing 5 clubs. The boy checking out of position to Frankie on the button. And Frankie hasn't played very many hands. Overbet's probably going to get Frankie to call. Yeah. And the boy just running super, super, super solid. Again, the only hand that I recall him losing is that hand against Mac a few minutes ago. Halfway done with the stream. Yeah, I agree, BF. That's what I'm saying. I don't know if that was correct. Oh, you haven't been playing the Jack 4 game. I don't think they're playing the Jack 4 game. And again, we've had a number of viewers tuning in and out this evening, 8:30 p.m. here in Dallas, Texas. October 15th. Weather is pretty warm today here in Dallas. Lately it's been nice. Kind of been putting me in the blender, getting some head cold, sinuses. Was pretty much out of commission Monday, Tuesday, so I had to play a lot of catch up. And with Eric being out of town, I've been helping run the live stream since he's been gone with a lot of our staff here. Shout out to Craig Dobson, Mike Tanner, Min Win, and all of our dealers here, contributing to make the live stream as best as we can make it. Going through our initial growing pains with this live stream. Again, the only person here with live stream experience is actually not here, so this is all new to us. Not much of this board hitting much of anybody between Frankie and Yamin. Frankie with the best hand, king high. Both have king, but kicker play takes into effect. Hayden Riggins. I hope that's your boy, Hayden. Cody looks like he's got poker at 8 in the gym. And then, hey, that could be his new thing. He's wearing a sports jacket, long sleeve button down jeans, and a headband. I don't know. Maybe he sweats at the table. Maybe he just doesn't want he doesn't want the sweat to get in his eyebrows. I don't know.
Now his style is on.
Yeah, be off the jack forehand. Crazy what happened a couple weeks ago. Poker House, we're in Dallas, Texas. Kind of central Dallas, Texas. BF, where are you located?
6, raise, 45.
Frankie picking up the steam here, picking up some hands towards the end. Maybe he won't get booted off. Maybe he will. We'll see. Here on a board, low board. A lot of this board not hitting anybody. Now Renee has the best draw out of everyone. King high flush draw. Renee not playing a ton of hands. Miami, Florida, you usually play at the Hollywood Hard Rock. We got another South Florida guy in the chat. Rounder, I think he's actually on Twitch. Been joining the chat the past week or so. Another South Floridian. I don't know if I said that right. It sounded right in my head, so that's why I said it. So, thank you for you two tuning in to the chat, tuning into this live stream. Again, we're about 4 to 6 weeks into this live stream. So, we live streamed a 250K free roll that we had here at Poker House Dallas in February this year. Did that, had some fun with it. Pretty much had like the bare bones for that final live stream for that tournament. Took a number of months off. Hosted the Summer Bash 100K guarantee. Started streaming pretty much every flight. I was in the booth as a volunteer, flight A. Both have flush draws. And what's crazy is they both have Broadway draws. Renee having the best hand, now turning, jack. So see how these players proceed on the river. 5 of clubs, not changing much. Pretty much considered a brick. Yeah. Both of them probably looking for hearts. Not realizing they both had hearts there. So, as I was saying, streamed every flight of that Summer Bash 100K guarantee where that price will hit 200K. Took some time off. Now, at that point, Eric, who was our live stream manager and our tournament director here, made the move down here from to Dallas from Minnesota. He's originally from Dallas, so moved back down here right now by himself. Going to be moving his family down at some point. And we started to live streaming. Again, he was the only one with literally live streaming experience. So a lot of us are new to this. I've been in the booth pretty much for the majority since we started streaming more recently. Getting some other color commentators and commentators to analyze hands with me. Started streaming some small tournaments, some of the bigger tournaments we have at Poker House. Different cash stakes, 1, 2, 2, 5. Did a few 5, 5, 10 juicy games. So we're definitely going through our growing pains. Mac open-ended here. Wow, everybody has something. This is crazy. Brax hitting his straight, but now has to worry about a better straight. Heart draw coming in. Backdoor heart draws coming in. Mac with top pair. Still drawing to Broadway. I think this this turn card is going to bring all players to the river. Let's see what Mac does. I don't think the hand that he has here, based off action, based off the lead on the turn from Brax and the call from the Milkman, although the Milkman has played a lot of hands. Yeah, that's just a tough hand, King 10 offsuit, even in position. It's just hard to continue on. Again, Brax with the best hand here. Milkman missing his draw, flush draw. I wonder if Brax is going to check to maybe try to induce a bluff. No, he's going to bet here, maybe bet for value. Brax over betting the pot. Betting 1,000 into hoping, yeah, he had some, some sort of two-pair combo, maybe a set there. There you go, Asia. Brax taking out a decent-sized pot, winning 350 in that hand. Been multiple phases to the improvements of this live stream. Again, starting next week. Gonna now have the overhead flop cam, additional cameras. Pretty much each player gonna be having their own camera. Another camera that's gonna look out onto the floor, show you guys some action. Better wiring for better quality picture. An 8-port switch for those 8 cameras. Hopefully going to prevent all this camera locking up from occurring. Maybe Brax is going to pick up some needed steam here. Again, for those viewers in the chat, again, dropping in, adding on. Thank you for tuning in to Poker House Dallas, Poker House Live, our live stream here. Going to be doing some neat things in the future with this live stream. Unlike a lot of rooms across the nation, where they just do high stakes games and final tables of tournaments. I want to bring a little of everything to the viewer. Just poker fans in general. Now we are going to hopefully at some point in the near future feature some bigger games. OBF, I think you're new to this chat. A lot of players are not straddling. This is a V-pip game. Have I explained the V-pip game to you since you've joined the chat? It's kind of a neat little concept that we've come up here. So I'll explain that after this hand. Frankie with ace queen suited. Get to that in just a second, Beef. Brax 3-betting with pocket 10s to 60. And a blind versus blind situation. Both of these players probably thinking they're making a move on each other when they both have very good premium hands. And Frankie 4-betting with ace queen suited to 180. 3x Brax's 3-bet. Brax going to make the call. Going to be 360 going to the pot in the blind versus blind scenario. I feel like this is a tournament. And this board not doing too much for Frankie. Definitely not a board that really hits his 4-betting range. Probably going to see bet his entire range. Going to try to represent all the overpairs. Brax definitely going to peel one street at least. Frankie betting 100 to a pot of 360. A little less than 30% pot. Turn brings in a board pairing 6. Let's see if Frankie double barrels here, if he's going to check and maybe potentially give Brax the betting lead. And BF, at the end of this hand, I'll go over the V-pip game, which will answer why no one is straddling in this game. Frankie looked like he's double barreling, representing overpairs, betting 450 to a pot of 550. Probably going to put Brax in the blender. Again, I'm sorry about the cameras getting stuck. It's going to get refreshed here pretty soon. Brax folding an overpair to the board. Wow. What a fold. Again, he's got to take into consideration that Frankie has not been playing a lot of hands this stream. So for him to 4-bet pre-flop, Frankie's representing hands like queens, kings, aces. Probably not 4-betting with jacks unless he thought that Brax was making a move on him there pre-flop. And again, with these blind versus blind scenarios, it's so tough to put your opponent on the hand. All right, BF. So we're playing the V-pip game. V-pip stands for voluntary put in pot. So the blind, small blind and big blind, do not count towards your V-pip percentages. If you were to straddle, it's considered a third blind and does not go to your V-pip percentage. This game is a V-pip game, meaning that what we're doing with this specific game is the two lowest. So this is a 4.5 hour stream, okay? So the two lowest players below 35% V-pip get booted from this table and get replaced from players at a feature table, a feeder table that's just outside of the feature table. So if you're under the gun +1, you're not going to want to straddle since it's not going to go towards your V-pip percentage. What you want to do from a strategic perspective It's kind of like early position, even if you have a crappy hand like 8-3 offsuit, Jack-4 offsuit, 7-deuce offsuit, just to get your V-pip percentages high so that you ensure a spot on this table. So does that make sense? Does that answer your question or your statement or comment on the straddle, or lack thereof of the straddle?
One fold. Two call. Three fold. Four fold. Five fold. Six fold. Seven call. Eight call. Nine check. Forehand. So much respect for my play hand. Eight check. Nine check.
Four-handed on this flop. Renee flopping the joint to go along with a flush draw. He's good here, turning the diamond draw. Maybe going to get Mac to call a turn bet with ace high. Going to be going heads up to this river. Unless a diamond comes on the river. Let's see what Renee uses for his sizing on the river. Now, brings in the board pairing 6. Probably still going to bet for value. Bets 80, overbetting the pot. Targeting specifically an ace. And a good bet. Don't blame Mac for the call here, especially on a weird board like that. Low cards, flush draw getting there, and a board pairing 6. Probably not putting Renee on either one of those hands. May have thought his 2 pair there, aces up with a queen kicker, was good. We shall see. Just checking the chat. Had a random surge in viewers. Approaching the 9 o'clock hour here. Again, we're on a 15-minute delay here from Dallas, Texas. From Poker House, Dallas. Bringing you our 2-5 weekly game. Cumulative winnings, the boy still running hot relative to everybody on this table. Action again here. Jonathan flopping the joint. Doesn't have a lot too too much to worry about. Maybe concerned about some club draws. See if he's going to get any callers. See if there's going to be some action on this flop, this turn. Turn brings in a 5. Doesn't really change the dynamics of this hand. So the max buy-in for this game at the start was 1,500. It's a match the stack game. Now in Texas, I don't know how y'all's 2-5 games play down there in Florida, but here in Texas, a lot of our 2-5 games. So in different cities in Texas, right? So in Dallas, the most common game you're going to see here in Dallas is a 1-2 game. And that cap is anywhere between any of the different social poker rooms here in Dallas. Cap is anywhere from 300 to 500. 2-5 here at our room specifically is a cap of 1,500 at any point. Other local rooms here in Dallas can match the stack. Now in Houston, you don't see a 2-5 or a 5-10 or 5-5-10, 5-10 game spread. Well, Renee 3-betting on the cutoff with Queen 10 suited. It's a good hand, good candidate to 3-bet. Can he get Brax to fold? Oh no, he's not gonna fold. Gonna 4-bet with Ace Jack offsuit. Gonna turn his hand to a semi bluff. Gonna get a Renee to fold. Brax 4-bet and Ace Jack out of position. Gonna get Renee to fold his Queen 10 spades. So going back, so Houston, I'm from Houston, so I played a lot of those games. Here our VPIP game. Frankie. Again, in danger of getting booted from the stream. Lowest V-pip, 21%. John with 30%. Jonathan with 35%. So it needs to just stay at 35% or above to make it. Dang, Rounder, bummer. Just busted your ACR $1 million guarantee buy-in. How'd you bust? Oh, Jackson, the ace king. I hate. Everybody talks about how much they hate Jacks. So vulnerable. Coin flipping against a bunch of different hands. I'm assuming you can't refire though, because day 2's tomorrow. The boy on the button 3-betting after Jonathan raising in the hijack with King 8 suited. See if Mac's going to call it A7 suited. His original pre-flop aggressor. Ooh, double checking the dark for the flop. Snicky. Crazy that, yeah. Both check dark on the flop. The boy hitting top pair ace kicker. Both gonna call the turn. Okay, interesting. Let's see if he uses a big sizing here. Now, the front door flush gets there. Yeah, and Mac thinking his ace is good there at the river. Picking up a nice little pot again. The boy doing really well this evening. Sitting at 7.1K.
Bet 20. 8, call 20. 9, raise 80. 1 fold, 2 fold. 3, call 80. 4 fold. 5 fold.
Brax under the gun, raising tens. Renee +2, 3-betting with ace 5 suited. Good hand to 3-bet with. The boy just flat calling with ace king offsuit. The milkman with a pair of eights. Looks like it's going to go 4 ways to the flop in a 3-bet pot. Don't see that very often, but again, we are in Texas. Nothing surprises me here in Texas. Everyone with reasonably decent hands. Both Renee and the boy flopping top pair, but the boy having ace king. It's slightly under half pot, about 45% pot. Gonna get Milkman with pocket eights to fold. Gonna get Renee to call with ace. Ooh, bad card on the turn for Renee. Bringing in the front door diamonds. The boy now turning top 2. Checking turn. River 2 of hearts, a blank. Here's the thing, Renee has enough showdown value here. See what size he bets for value with. Bets 450. 3/4 pot. Yeah, they both have an ace, not knowing that the boy turned top 2 pair. Again, the boy just running hot, now inching up to 8K. Probably gonna want that 3 seed again when he plays his registration. Definitely gonna be probably seeing him back here on this game. Again, a bunch of new viewers in the chat. Thank you for tuning in to Poker House Dallas here in Dallas, Texas, where this evening we are running our 2-5 match to stack V-pip game. Basically what that is on our 4.5-hour stream, the 2 lowest players under 35% after an hour and a half get replaced from a feeder table for basically not playing enough hands. So this format forces action from the table. Interesting concept that we came up with here at Poker House. Not that poker players here in Texas need anything to be more splashy about, but that's neither here nor there. And here we go again with the boy having pocket 9s. 3 bets and open from Jonathan. Jonathan not really playing many hands. Has been here early in the stream. Could be down towards the bottom of the V-pip standing. Interesting flop. Monotone board. The boy flipping trips set. No one with a spade. Mac open-ended. Jonathan with a gutter to a straight.
Could be a very dynamic board. Mac's going to fold knowing that he has the low end of the straight draw. Now Jonathan turning a gutter. Still has top pair. Would need a queen. Severely overbetting the pot, forcing Jonathan to go all in. I don't think that. Oh, stack sizes show 804, but it looks like he has over that. Looks like he has about 1,100, 1,150. So stack size is off a little bit. Again, kudos to Dakari in the box this evening. Going to be wrapping it up here on the live stream. Mike Tanner there you see behind. Been running the active tracker trading off with Craig Dobson. Wow, gets him the call with top pair. Maybe putting the boy on a monster draw. Oh, wow. And such a bad card on the river. Jonathan, I mean, the boy thinking probably his set's not good here. Probably thinking that Jonathan had some sort of spade draw combo. And holy smokes, the boy just cannot lose tonight. Jonathan just getting felted there. Going to be replaced from someone from the outer feeder table. The boy with an overwhelming chip count lead on this feature live stream table. Sitting at 9.1K after buying in for 1,500. No one wanting to match the stack. Knowing that it's going to be very, very difficult to match the stack. Having this tower of chips in front of him. We are now nearly 3 hours into this stream. We'll be replacing at least 1 or 2 players from one of the feeder tables. Yamin here with aces up. Renee only with a pair of tens. Can overbet the pot here on the river. Getting Renee to make a call there. Wonder if Renee put him on a miss draw of some sort. Really, it looks like he's going to top off and add additional chips. Don't forget to let the dealer and Mike know that you're adding on so we can get accurate chip counts. The Milkman still in the lead with 61% VPIP. Frankie in danger of getting booted. Same thing with John. So Renee topping off to about 1,000. So I think he's sitting at 1,000, maybe a little over 1,000. Can't tell if that's 400 in black or 500 in black. So it's now, I think Renee is somewhere near 100, sorry, 1,000, 1,200.
Two, call. Three, bet 20. Four, fold. Five, fold. Six, call. Seven, fold. Eight, fold. Nine, fold. Two, call. Three, and
Ladies and gentlemen, how you guys doing this evening in the chat? Let me know if we have any non-Dallas poker players in the chat. Who you're rooting for, who you're cheering on. The boy. Turning an open-ender and the backdoor heart draw. Just, deck just hitting him in the face. But also playing well.
straddle, sorry. $10 straddles on. Four calls spin. Five, bet.
Got Ian
65.
going Team Renee from Seattle, West Coast. Is it 8-12 over there or 7-12?
Two calls. Three folds.
Again, this is a 2-5 match to stack V-pip game where the two lowest players under 35% after every hour and a half get replaced by a player and a feeder table that is not featured currently right now. Team Renee DC. Team Renee getting repped. Cross country, East Coast, West Coast. Just a few minutes away on the stream from replacing the two bottom players. Again, we are on a 15-minute delay here at Poker House. I would imagine, based off the just now viewership jump, somebody neat is going to be coming into this. So this was right around the time that we were supposed to be replacing some players. So we had a significant jump in viewers. So Ian 712. Yeah, I remember I was in Vegas for 2 months for WSOP. I can't remember if like the whole Mountain Standard Time, Pacific Standard Time. Still sun up there? Or down there? I guess up northwest. Terrell back in the box again. Going to be wrapping it up again. We will be streaming for another hour and a half. So I will be in the booth till at least 10:45, 11 p.m. tonight. Had about a 6:15 start time. Doing 4.5 hours. Our normal stream time is 4 hours, but with this V-pip game, new player coming in seat 1. replacing Jonathan, who had just got felted a few minutes earlier. It's Miller time. I wish it was Miller time in here. It's so hot in this booth. It's Agua time, Ozarka time. Who is jumping on this table? Viewership just jumped up. It's a big jump. So it's got to be somebody good with a ton of friends everywhere. Find out. It could be seat 1. Could be somebody else. Again, I know we're going to be replacing these players here. It's going to be our last sub in and out for this V-pip game. Let us know what you think, viewers, in the chat about this V-pip game. 2-5 V-pip. Match the stack. Started about 6:15 Central Standard Time. Max buy-in at that point was $1,500. And then at any point, you can match the biggest stack. Matt Care flopping top pair with queen kicker. And ooh, the boy turning 2 pair. Goodness gracious. Ladies and gentlemen, for those of you in the chat, the boy bought in for $1,500 is now sitting at 9.1K. I think he's only lost 1 or 2 pots tops that I can recall, just running unbelievable. He's going to need about 4 or 5 racks just to rack that up. Again, at the conclusion of this stream, these players have an opportunity to stay on this feature table. We won't be live streaming. They'll just swap out the RFID deck cards. Look at that cumulative winnings count. So Don is subbing in. I believe that's the gentleman in seat 1, because I recognize everybody's name except for him. You know what I mean? With a small win, $520. Thanks, Ian. Super fun format to watch. Yeah, so since there's a number of new viewers in the chat, you know, we're a relatively new poker social club here in Texas. Been open about just a little over a year now. Just started live streaming not too long ago. Well, we had a live stream, so I really don't count that live stream back in February, but really only been live streaming for about 6 weeks. Definitely going through our growing pains in terms of people learning the software, having some technical difficulties. I'm alone in the booth tonight flying solo. Usually have somebody running shotgun with me. Not tonight. Putting on my big boy britches. Doing the best that I can. So let us know how I'm doing here in the chat. Let us know we're doing on the live stream with action tracking. So one of the things neat that we do here at Poker House, I've said this at least once time. I say this multiple times during our streams, but basically, we're trying to do something unique here at Poker House with regards to our live stream. Most rooms across the nation that do have a live stream generally only live stream high stakes cash games and or final tables. Here at Poker House, we're going to try to stream 4 to 5 days a week. Low to mid stakes. Hopefully at some point in the future, some higher stakes games, along with some bigger tournaments and smaller tournaments. Gives an opportunity for some of these players that never would ever get a chance to play on a stream anywhere else to let their family and friends know, hey, I'm a poker player. I'm famous. I'm on the YouTube and the Facebook and the Twitch. Pretty neat. Kind of cool concept. Again, a lot of these players have been on the stream here at Poker House before, but probably before Poker House had never been on a live stream, maybe with the exception of Frankie from Next Gen. Again, here at Poker House, we have a nice, neat new relationship with the 3 boys, Jack, Rosie, and Frankie from Next Gen. Just announced that about 6 weeks ago. And their stream is going to be tomorrow, 6 to 10 p.m. Gonna have different commentators in the booth. Gonna be probably one of the Next Gen boys, plus one of the individuals from the Hazlitt House Poker. Frankie trying to get back in the mix. Small pot. Probably gonna bet small. 30, 35? 30. Yeah, I'm gonna bet. You know, the smaller the pot is, the bigger you want your bets to be. Interesting check in the dark. See if Frankie's going to bet for value or just check. Bet 75 into 95, about 3/4 pot. 70% pot. Gonna get Yamin to fold. Frankie picking up. Here's our V-pip percentage. Milkman still nearly 60%. John and Frankie below the 35% mark. Now Don just got here, so he's not in danger of losing his spot. Brack's been at the table since the beginning, sitting right at 35%, so probably gonna be okay.
Can you change out a red chip for me? For white? Current bet is 55 from the 1. 2C folded. 3C folded. 6C folded. And 8C folded. What is correct?
Now just over the 3-hour mark. Should be getting our subs in if they haven't been subbed in yet. Have another hour and a half left to go in this stream on our 2-5 match to stack V-pip game.
2 fold. 3 fold. 4 folded. 4 diamonds is folded. 100 from the 5. 6 folded. 7 folded. 1 call.
John on the button, 3 betting pocket sevens. It's a middle position open from Don. John's been fairly quiet. Don gonna take the betting lead on the flop. Gonna bet a 1/4 pot on the turn. Now pot going to the river, 607. John with a snap call. Don triple barreling here. Let's see what John does. If he's gonna call. And he snap calls, yeah. Snap calling. Didn't even think about it. Now, I don't know some of these players here. Don's relatively new to me. I think John Not familiar with him specifically. Ace-9 currently with the best hand, although John in later position having King-Jack suited. Gonna make it 50 after a bunch of calls and limps. Five-handed to the flop. Yamin with top pair backdoor club draw. Also, John with the gutter to a straight. Also, backdoor clubs. The boy flopping middle pair. Let's see, he's probably going to turn a 9 or something crazy. Yeah, just kidding. He's been running so well. Now that gives Yamin still a pair. He has a club draw as well. But John also has a better club draw. Mac going to call with second pair and Don was the original better on the turn. Let's see if John makes a move here, knowing that he turned a combo draw. So Don leads turn, gets 3 calls behind him, 8 of hearts, still gives Yamin the best hand with just top pair. Let's see if that holds. Let's see if there's going to be action from other players that would get him the full. I think based off this, it's going to be interesting board. The boy turning his 9s into a bluff. Again, I made comments that the boy has been running well, but playing well in addition to that, making some moves, using his big stack to his advantage, knowing that a lot of players don't want to tangle with them. Definitely the overwhelming table winner. Now, again, this is not indicative. This cumulative winnings isn't indicative of people that have been bounced or felt it already. Only 2 other players in the green outside of the boy. You're going heads up in this spot with Yamin having pocket queens. Unfortunately, the milkman calling with an ace. Ace deuce. Oh, now turning trips. See if Yamin's going to double barrel, if he's just going to check here. It was a pretty dry board, so definitely milkman could definitely have maybe a jack here, but definitely an ace, a weak ace. Could have bet 75 and then 95. Let's see if the milkman puts it a check raise here. Just gonna call. Let's see if he leads the river. Yeah. Interesting. Interesting turn of events in line there on the river. The milkman checking the river, and Yamin overbetting the pot. Hey, Hazlitt House Poker, how's it going? Is this Chris or Nick? Which one of you is going to be in the booth tomorrow? Who's going to be in the booth tomorrow? Should ask one of you guys to join me in the chat tonight. This is a 2-5 V-pip game. Was originally not going to be the 2-5 V-pip game. It was just going to be a general 2-5 match to stack. The list got by 3 or 4 p.m. got to about 17 players. So definitely be putting some protocols, procedures in place when we do this stream again in the future. Again, starting next Thursday, it's 150K Danielle's birthday bash. We will be live streaming all flights at the close of registration, and then featuring the feature table on day 2. Restart's going to be on day 2 at 1 p.m. Probably not going to start streaming till maybe 3 p.m. Let some of these small stacks bust. Nick, wish you were here, man. I'm in one of my new outfits, Bubba. Went to Express. Hasn't translated to a date yet with a lady, but baby steps, right? Hope you boys are running good at WinStar, you and Chris. He did text me because I texted him. I should have texted you. I knew you were going to respond the same with it, but I forgot to text you in terms of this game tonight. So, hope you boys are doing well. Thanks for tuning in the chat and the live stream. The boy flopping middle pair. The boy, yeah, King of Diamonds gonna maybe slow down some action. Let's see if Frank's gonna use that card as a scare card. I think everybody's just playing a little passive and scared against the boy. Guy's just been running incredibly hot, but not just running incredibly hot, playing well too. Some people, they can run hot and just not maximize value. Definitely maximizing value with his hands. Let's see what Frank is going to do here. Does he have enough showdown value with ace high? Is he going to turn it into a bluff, or he's just going to fold? Different options here on the table. Going to fold. Again, I'm Eddie, the Asian sensation, in the booth tonight by myself. Frankie with a low V-pip. So there must not be enough players on the feeder table. So I guess when they started moving people into this feeder table, that the feeder table broke. I'm not sure. Still showing that. There's some players on this feeder table. Currently have 10 games going on here. John with pocket nines +2. Renee on the button with queen 10 suited. Could be going heads up to the flop on a ace king high board, 2 diamonds. John gonna c-bet his entire range here. Yeah. Could have maybe peeled a turn there. Maybe, probably not. Actually, no. There's no really backdoor equity. You know, really drawing only to 3 outs because 2 diamonds on there, so only had 3 clean outs. Just not enough equity for him in the hand.
Especially with John not playing too many hands. Opens there. C-bets his entire range on an ace-king high board. If you are in the Dallas area and you're interested in playing this game, let us know. Let us know in the chat. Call up to the front. Ask for me, Eddie. Getting a lot of interest in this game. Each week, the list for this game keeps growing. Gonna have to put something in place to make, to figure out how we're gonna feed this feeder table and whatnot. John +1 opening Queen Jack of clubs. Braxton later position. Gonna 3-bet suited wheel ace. The boy calling. Gonna be 3-ways to the flop, about $210 in the pot. I have a feeling 2's gonna hit the flop. No 2. But it's actually not a bad board for the boy. That's a board that kind of favors his range a little bit better than these guys. Brax having the best hand here. Flopping bottom pair with ace kicker, backdoor nut flush draw. I'm going to call flop bet from Brax. King of spades on the turn. Going to bring in a backdoor spade draw and backdoor straight draw. See if Brax can double barrel here. I think if he double barrels here, he's going to get these boys off their hand. Again, it's so tough to navigate flops multi-way, especially in Texas. A lot of players don't like to fold. Definitely going to barrel here. That's 375 into 435. Slightly polarized sizing bet here. Want to get these players off their hand. The boy knows that turn card's not a good turn card for him, especially with action behind. John's still left in his hand. He turns a gutter, needs a 10. Nick, what's going on, bud? How you doing? Rounder, you still in the chat? Haven't heard from you in a bit. Yeah, and he takes down the pot. Good double barrel there. Doesn't turn any equity, decides to turn his hand into a bluff. Who did actually have the best hand on the turn? I don't remember. Yeah, he did have the best hand. Bluffing with the best hand. Another hour and 10 minutes left in the stream. John flopping top her with the best kicker. Yeah, I mean, not having much of anything. Don't see how he can continue on this flop. Folds. Go ahead. Oh, okay, so action's a little behind on the tracker, I think. I think action is accidentally incorrect. Our apologies to you in the chat. Again, we are not live, on a 15-minute delay here at Poker House Dallas. I'm Eddie, the Asian sensation in the booth, flying solo. This is our 2-5 match the stack game. Ooh. Okay, so it was seat 1. All in. And Jonathan stacking Don Don. Let's see if Don Don's going to rebuy back in. Sorry for the incorrect action tracking on that hand. 3.5 hours in the stream. Looks like John may be coloring up. Just a few minutes away from the camera rotating. I think they're just trying to get the action correct. I think they were unsure where the button was supposed to be. All right, I think we're back on track now. Maybe. Getting the camera angle stuck because it's just backing up the action. Milkman flopping top pair. Renee flopping a gutter to Broadway. Milkman trying to get sneaky. Noticing he's checking a lot of his strong hands on flop and turn. Probably losing out some value here. Yeah, maybe getting Renee to blast off. Interesting card. Brings in the 8 of hearts. Brings in some straight draws. Brings in the flush draw. Renee does have the ace of hearts. Can maybe try to represent ace high flush. Oh, rips it here. Gonna put him on a tough spot. Milkman on a tough spot with just one pair. Milkman making the call. Interesting line taken there by both players, and actually I don't mind Renee's line that he took there. Again, Milkman has been taking unorthodox lines on his check calling, betting. Checking check call, getting Renee to commit to the river. Trying to represent the nut flush, having the ace of hearts. Looks like Renee is going to be adding on. The Don Donis doesn't look like he's going to be topping off, so this could be the final quote-unquote table for a feature table. Have about an hour left. Renee trying to get back on track with pocket queens. Not getting much action. That's really frustrating. If you're in the Dallas local area, come swing by Poker House Dallas. We'll love to see you. We'd love to get to meet you. Also, if you're interested in playing on the stream, we have different stakes. 1, 2, 500 cap. 2, 5, $1,500 cap. 2, 5 match the stack. Sorry about that, ladies and gentlemen. Frankie gonna make it $30 with the ace queen. Milkman gonna cold call with ace-6 offsuit. Ooh, we know Milkman doesn't like to fold top pair, so I think this is definitely a board that Frankie can get some pretty decent value on. Interesting line. Like I said, the Milkman taking very interesting lines here. Okay. Check call, check call, check call with the best hand. Raising with hands that generally you're not going to raise with on boards like this. This board is definitely a board that favors Frankie's raising range for out of the small blind after the Milkman lip. Yeah. Gonna get him to fold. Frankie could have just potentially just called there. Pretty unconnected board other than some Broadway draws. Maybe putting hand Jack 10 suited, King 10 suited, King Jack type hand.
V-pip percentages: Mac 41, Du Bois 41, Yaman 46, John 31, Frankie 22, Rack 35, Milkman 56. There we go. Name 39.
And then Mike Tanner going over the V-pip. See if that feeder table is going to feed into this open seat on seat 1. Again, we're on a 15-minute delay. Jeff G, Texas poker is super dope. Where are you from, Jeff G? Jeff G from Northern California. Nice. What part of Northern California? Give me just a second, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to step out of the booth. Going to see if we can fill that one seat because we do have a feeder table. I just peeked out the door to see if someone's going to feed. players at this feeder table. Give me just a second.
Mikey, I got chips in transit for 1,000 for a player. Gave men 1,000. Chips never came back yet. Chips never came back yet. Gave men 1,000 for him. Chips never came back yet. I got one seat open. Two seat fold, 15 from 3, 4 seat fold, 5 seat fold, 6 seat fold, 7 seat calls, 8 seat fold, 9 seat fold.
I'm so sorry. I apologize.
Check. 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 Check.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, sorry for that. Stepping down to the booth, trying to figure out why that one seat's still open. It is going to be filled. Cody, the milkman, will be pulling 2 players from our feeder table.
6 seat fold, 7 seat fold, 8 seat call. He's about to do it again. 9 seat fold, 2 seat fold, 3 seat fold. Heads up, action.
One time, dealer.
Lost Coast Brewery. Oh, interesting. North Carolina, Eureka Humboldt up in the Redwoods. Oh, nice. So who are you on the chat cheering on? Anybody specifically, or just watching because there's nothing else on? And it's 7 o'clock, 8 o'clock your time over there. And you're just a poker DJ watching poker on a Saturday night. I can't say much. I'm in the booth on a Saturday night commentating. So here's our chip count. The boy just putting on a show, 9.4K. I don't know what that means. Oh, okay, gotcha. Fair enough. Garrett Holland, friends with the Milkman. Viewers in the chat, let me know who you are cheering on. The Milkman with the best of it. Pocket 9s on the paired board of queens. 2 diamonds on the board, no diamonds in hand. Milkman picking up a big pot of $30. Garrett, where are you calling from? Or where, not calling from? Where are you in from? In a few minutes, there's actually going to be 2 seats open on this feeder table. Yeah, Jeff, thanks for the kind comments here. Mac is the man. Miss Misty McNeely C. Mac is the man. He had a tough hand against the big chip stack earlier on, topped off and trying to get some of those chips back. Yeah, thanks, Jeff G. We still have a lot of kinks we have to iron out. You know, I don't know how long you've been in the chat this evening, but
all of us, with the exception of the live stream manager who is back home visiting family from Minnesota, have literally learned just about live streaming 6 weeks ago. So here we are running a 2-5 matches stat game with a bunch of juicy, fun players, action-packed players. Oh, Mac here. There you go. Misty. The person you're rooting for, we got Pocket Kings in the cutoff.
75 on the 3.
The boy 3-betting. Ooh, I wonder if Mac's going to put in the limp back raise.
2C makes it 300.
Yeah, goes in for the limp back raise with Pocket King. Snicky, Mr. Mac. Haven't seen that move from him this evening. Interesting call there with 6-5 of suited. May think that Mac's just putting a move on him, Wouldn't be surprised if the boy hits this flop. And he does. Flush draw with Mac with top pair. Look for Mac to maybe get
300.
some of his chips back. Unless a heart hits. This could be a very, very, very big pot brewing. Wow, what a combo draw on the turn for the boy. Turning open ender with his flush draw with Mac with a top set. Let's see what sizing. Oh, Mac checks. Is he gonna check raise here? Oh, wow. The boy going with the big sizing.
1200.
Gonna bet 1,200 and the 1,300. This is gonna be a very dicey river, ladies and gentlemen. You right, Ian? Out to get juicy.
Raise.
Leaving himself only $100 behind, pretty much committing his entire stack. The boy does not like that. I'm telling you right now, it puts him in a really, really tough spot. Mac already checked blip back raise the pre-flop, led flop, check, pretty much ripped all in on the turn. Ladies and gentlemen, let's see what happens here.
All in from the one,
Oh my.
the 2 calls. 2 times this way, 2 times this way. Run it twice.
They're gonna run it twice. Bring the 4 of spades. Mac on that board. And it's almost a 12K pot. Oh my goodness. 9 of diamonds. Oh, they're gonna chop it up. Oh my goodness. The boy getting
Thank the Lord, easy price. It's
holy smokes. Wait, did he? And he just scooped this pot. Holy moly. Ladies and gentlemen, we're on a 2-5 table, okay? And I don't even know how to explain this. The boy bought it for 1,500. He is now 15K. He's 10X's. That's remarkable and crazy.
That's view cameras. Good goal. Results oriented.
Yeah. Cody in the 8 seat, the milkman saying good fold. Pre-flop, it was a correct fold. Oh my, he hit both straights. I was trying to figure out. You're right, Brandon. I thought Mac took the first board because I was trying to figure out what was going on. What are the mathematical odds of that happening? Him hitting the straight. What's crazy was he didn't hit the flush and hit the straights.
Call. Fold.
Scoop, scoop.
Call.
Wow, Mac. Yeah. What a tough evening for Mac.
Call.
I mean, he's probably in for about 4,500. We'll see. We'll see his results. Probably gonna get some people from the feeder table. I'm still trying to comprehend what just happened in that hand. That was nutso. I don't even know what's going on with this hand right now. Hold on, let me try to catch up with the action. Frankie with the best hand turning a pair of 8s. John turning a flush draw.
Fold. Fold.
Thank you, sir.
Call.
I think I have
Fold.
it straight.
Show me a winner. Straight. My bad, shorty. Button moves to the front. Thank you.
Are you calling 11? Max value.
Look at that, ladies and gentlemen. The boy up 13.4K. I think he's gonna have to have security walk him out here. I mean, he has played exceptionally well. By no means am I downplaying that. But goodness gracious, talk about sun running. On top of playing great. Some players get lucky. Some players are just good. When you're lucky and good, that's what your stack looks like. What's really funny, I think the next biggest stock might be John at 3.7K.
Can be. More or less, the big O game is more juicy than the Congress. 75 to bet. AC fold. Winner. In Congress.
Brax flopping top two, pair aces up. Gonna take down this pot.
I know you like playing mixed. So yeah, Congress.
Viewers in the chat, I think we need to put together a little clip. It's probably not even going to be a little clip. It's probably going to be a long clip of the boys play this evening.
I wouldn't play it if this game was going on, but I'm guessing defense.
Just like me, I like the eyeball game.
You have fun on Tuesday?
I did.
I was at a different table, but I do.
Got about 40 minutes left in this. About 45 minutes left in the stream. 40 minutes.
15 from the 4 seat. 5 seat call.
Thanks again, ladies and gentlemen, for tuning in this chat. New live streamers just trying different things here tonight. It's a 2-5 match to stack. V-pip game.
Check. 25 select. 25, sorry, my bad. 5 seat folds, 8 seat folds.
Heavy fold.
Turn.
John with the best hand top pair. Itty bitty kicker. Still the best hand here on the river. See what Yemen's gonna do.
Check. Check. Show me
Gonna go check.
I got introduced to a few couple new games. Thank you. Oma Jack. I love it. What's your favorite? I ended up picking Living Congress, but I actually was. I like Raz, Action Raz. That's a cool game to play. I do like Deuce Deuce Sad. Yeah, I like it. No, but you got to say it. It's not the same group. It really is. The game's actually good. Who's in charge of the game? This game? Yeah. Bringing people over here from most ways. Nobody over here. Okay. 3C fold. Can I get a floor call on it? Floor! 4C folds, 5C folds, 6C folds, 7C makes it 20. Huh? Got 2C folds. Let's move over there, right? We got him. We just got one. Get the other one.
Brack's going to be raising this hand on the button to 20 with ace queen offsuit. Renee going to defend on the big blind with king 8. Flop going to go check, check on a 5-3 deuce board. Turn brings in a pair to the board and a diamond draw as well. Nobody with anything. Brack still with ace high. Brack's with the best hand with ace high again.
Check. Check. Show me a winner.
Just the volume a little bit for the table. I hope you guys can hear some of it. Viewers in the chat, let us know how if you're enjoying this stream this evening. Or if you're not enjoying, you can let me know. I got thick skin.
7 seat makes 65. 65 from 7. 8 seat fold. 9 seat fold. 3 seat fold.
Ace queen versus ace queen here.
5 seat fold. Heads up. Check. 50. Call. Check.
See how they both proceed.
150's the count.
Right now going to be chopping this pot. Brax does have the ace of hearts.
Call 150. Heads up.
Let's see the players folding here. With the board pairing 4 on the river. Gonna have aces up with both a queen kicker. See what Brax does. If he's gonna bet here, just check down with 1 pair. Diamonds draw,
400.
Yeah. Yeah, and chop pot. All that work for a chop pot. I'll tell you what, ladies and gentlemen, if anybody says they like a chop pot, they're lying to you. Lies. Ladies and gentlemen of the chat, if you're in the Dallas area and you're interested in commentating in the booth with me, let me know. Maybe talk to management here, maybe do some fun stuff where, you know, they have dealer auditions for new potential dealers in the room. Have commentator auditions. I think that'd be kind of fun. Thanks, Ian. Have a good one to eat as well. It's 8 o'clock over there. Go get you either some dinner, go get you some drink. Definitely going to be making, look forward to next week to our Summer Bash 150K guarantee. We're going to be adding more cameras. The cameras will not be getting stuck. Overhead flop cam, better quality picture wiring. It's going to be fun. We're going to be doing some neat stuff with this stream. Finally getting replacements into the 1 and 2 seat from the feeder table.
If you're wondering if those cumulative winnings are correct, they are correct. Now, obviously, you're probably asking, like, how does it make sense? The numbers don't make sense because there's not that much negative. Well, because those guys have been felted, so they're no longer at the table. I believe. Oops. I believe the boy took the majority of his stack came from the former seat 2 Mac and seat 1, and probably every player from this table for that matter. I don't think he's not taking a pot from anybody yet. Playing extremely well.
20. 8 calls.
Thanks, Brandon. We really appreciate that. I'll tell you what, even though I'm just a commentator in the booth, I am not satisfied with where this stream is currently at. You know, we still have some technical difficulties that shouldn't be occurring. Again, I'm one of those guys that's like really hard on myself. And so I know I definitely can't say I demand perfection because there's just no such thing, but I really want the best things for this room. And so the fact that they're willing to invest in this live stream and make it better, invest in the dealers, invest in people learning the action tracker, invest in the people in the booth, invest in the equipment for the live streams, it says a lot to this room. So it's going to be really neat to see what's going to happen as we continue. And, you know, I can only use we've only been live streaming for 6 to 8 weeks for so long. You know, pretty soon we shouldn't be having these types of issues. And again, as more people get trained on the action tracker, I'll tell you what, when Craig and Mike are on the action tracker, or Eric, the people typing in, a lot of people like, you just stand with a computer, you stand and then punch in numbers and punch in the action. I wish it was that easy. Oh, Renee flopping 2 pair. Gonna bet 150. Hopefully maybe targeting a king. River brings a 6. John's probably gonna check to Renee. Let's see what sizing Renee uses on the river.
Check.
He's gonna bet for value. He's gonna be big. Gonna target a king.
Current bet.
Gonna bet 60% pot. I'm gonna call 2 pair. Gonna take down the pot. Renee picking up a nice pot after having a little bit of a rush stream early on. Yeah, so talking about we've been taking I won't say taking our time. We've been making the right investments in this stream. You know, the thing is we have willing and able people that are committed to making the stream better. So I always tell people, so I'm a businessman by trade. I'm actually a CPA, I have my own practice. Doing this for fun in the booth. I tell a lot of my business owners, new business owners, the 3 most important things in business. You know, a lot of people think that I'm not going to start a business because I don't have the money. Believe it or not, money is actually the easiest thing to find. It may not come cheap. It may come in the form of a high interest rate or in the form of equity. So that's one thing. You need money. You need a good product and or service that consumers are willing to buy. The third thing is you need people to execute. And so we are working through our lumps here, people that are willing to put in the time to make this live stream. You know, before 6 weeks, 2 months ago, literally no one in this room had live stream experience. No, I'd say that though. There may have been like 3 or 4, 5 people tops with live stream experience. So now we have 30 to 40 in terms of dealers, action tracker. So learning curve, a big learning curve.
Check. Check.
So flop here, ace, king, 10. Frankie with
50 from 1.
a gutter to Broadway and backdoor diamonds. Marshall flopping top pair, 9 kicker. Played with Marshall in the tournament, in the Green Bounty tournament yesterday. Green Bounty, the Black Chip Bounty tournament yesterday. So seat 1 is new. Marshall's new in the seat 2. Still have a feeder table going out there. I believe we have 10, 11 tables going right now.
6 fold. Heads up.
Jesse Marshall, 100% V-pip. Just kidding. They really don't have the. Just sat down.
Yeah, no, that's good. That's a good question values. A little bit of 10, see if you can drink, drug, or have premarital sex.
Interesting. Fortunately or unfortunately, I could theoretically mute table mics. I'm not going on these table talks, especially in a poker room. Yeah, Smoking Joe, thanks. Tournaments are more fun to watch than cash games. Different taste for different people. I like both. I mean, you definitely see cash more often. You don't see as many tournaments, and is what you'd see in terms of, final tables. So one of the things we're trying to do here is do. Oh, what just happened here? 19. Okay, so showing all the 19 outs. John with the best hand here. Flopping 2 overs and the nut flush draw. I'm indifferent, Smoking Joe. I like both. Right now we're streaming like our one of the tournaments that we stream is our Wednesday Katie's Game $100 tournament. I think it's a 3K guarantee. I think. That tournament hit 5K this past Wednesday, and we stream that final table. We have the Chris Mays Thursday tournament. $200 buy-in, $300 buy-in. I don't remember the guarantee. I'm sorry. Just so much going on in my head right now. That's a really good value tournament. Gets a really good turnout. Chris Mays is a very popular poker player here in the Dallas area. Well respected. Thursdays recently we've been streaming the Patrick's 125 1000 cap game. Friday taking off. Saturday generally. We're trying to figure out what we're going to do on our Saturdays here. Okay, we're going to go 3 ways to the flop. John in the cutoff with ace-10 off. Yamin in the hijack, ace-queen offsuit. Pocket threes with the best hand. Saturday is our... we've been kind of going back and forth between this V-pip game and... our $280, $7,500 guarantee. We did not run that because we ran day 1 of our satellite. Leading into the 150K bash. Sunday, I would say the only guaranteed... Oh, wow. Sorry. Took it out of there for just a second. Jesse turning a set and then reviewing a full house, taking down that pot. Now into hand 108 of this evening, 4 hours into this stream. Got about 30 minutes left, give or take. Sorry about that timer, ladies and gentlemen. Cancel. Oh, that's probably me hearing myself.
6 and 7 fold. 8 seat fold. 9 seat fold. 1 seat fold. 3 seat call. Heads up.
We'll be going heads up to this flop. Queen 10 for the boy, and John with ace king flopping top. No one with spades. Man, this is really frustrating, Smoking Joe. It's thank God I have the login to the YouTube so I can just go in and delete it. Oops. Did I just delete your message on accident, Smoking Joe? Because I literally have it up on the YouTube to like delete the. Hold on here. It is a little frustrating. Again, we're new to YouTube, so we're pretty close to monetize. I'll say pretty close. We're about, I don't know how many subscribers we are away from monetizing this thing. Gosh, I'm sorry I haven't been paying attention to the cameras. Trying to watch the action, watch chat. Trying to get rid of this porn ad blocks on the YouTube. Hi-ya. And it's like hotter than Hades in here. Like, I don't know what happened with the AC. I'm like literally burning up in here.
6C makes it 40. 7C fold. 8C fold. 9C fold. 1C.
I would like, Smoking Joe, I would like to see more tournaments, for the record. I'm a tournament guy myself. That poses as a cash player. Interesting flop here. Frankie flopping the Nutter Butters. Renee with the backdoor nut flush draw and still a gutter to Broadway.
1C call.
Don't know how John can call. Yeah, good fold. Okay, you were here. Cool. It's super hot. Oh, board pairing ace. Interesting card. John's probably not liking it, but unless, you know, another card pairs the board, probably gonna be happy with the result after he sees his hand unfold.
200 is the bet.
Gonna bet 2/3 pot.
Fold. Winner.
Gonna get a fold from Renee. Lost some viewers in the last few minutes. So for those of you viewers in the chat, I think we're going to do this V-pip game on a weekly basis. Don't know when we're going to do this. Maybe we'll move it to Tuesday. Maybe we'll move it to Friday. Whatever. What are your suggestions on this V-pip game? So we've tried in the past before, a 4-hour stream every hour. The first time we tried to drop the bottom 3, we announced that about 24 hours before it actually launched. Actually got 0 feeder table. No one got booted from the V-pip game. But a few days later, we ran it again and got a lot of traction on that. And again, this evening, getting a lot of traction. So what do you think? Bottom 2, 4.5-hour stream, getting them this is going to be hand developing. I'll come back to my question. Pocket 10s versus pocket queens. Yamin with +1 with 10s. The milkman in the cutoff with queens. Gonna call a 3-bet out of position. I think irrespective of the flop, it's gonna be a check bet. It's gonna be definitely a check bet call. 100 into 267. Gonna get the call. 8 of diamonds. I think it's gonna be another check bet call. Gonna bet about 55% pot. I wonder if Yaman's, could be putting him on an overpair, could be putting him on a hand like ace queen, ace king. See if Yamin gets spicy. Spicy. Yeah, bottom 1 or 2 V-pip seems to work, but make sure you have the. Yeah, so that was definitely we'll talk about that after this hand's over. Yeah, check bet call 3. Yeah, I think Milkman maybe lost a little bit of value there. Could have probably bet small, 250. Put in a blocker type bet, maybe 300, 350, 300 to 400, 450, to maybe squeak out a little value. Now, I know that's part of the game where I've been working on, where sometimes, I'll barrel with, I think, what's the best hand, pre-flop, raise pre-flop, whatever it is, barrel flop, barrel turn, and then chicken out on the river and just, expose my cards, and I end up having the best hand and kicking myself in the bottom, knowing that I could have probably squeaked out some value. So the milkman missing a little bit of value there. Could have got a 10. Could have got a 10s to call if you made a small bet on the river. Bottom view is cool, but I would like to dealer's choice puck that goes around backwards and allows for one hand of.
So, Smoking Jaw, I'll get back to that in a second. Let's get to this hand because Jesse just 3-bet 7 deuce off suit on the button. Show it, Jesse. You're new to the deal. Let's go. Got him, but you're not playing the 7 deuce game or the Jack 4 game. Making his presence felt. Good God, these ads. Hey-ya. I'll tell you, I don't get on tilt, but these porn bot AI dating pop-up ads put me on tilt. V-pip. So actually, we talked, Smoking Joe, we talked about a kind of a cool concept, maybe doing like I do a round of each. Maybe do one round of Hold'em and then one round of PLO. I like that idea. Dealer's choice. What games would you have on the dealer's choice? Yeah, like a reverse button dealer's choice. Jack 10. John flop in middle pair with a gutter to a straight. Yamin with an overcard and backdoor spade draw. The boy not having much of anything. Marshall has a gutty as well, needs a 9. Board pairing 7 of clubs. May slow down action a little bit. So in Houston, Smoking Jaw from Houston, right? And a big popular game there. Here in Dallas, they do on a 1-2 table, at least here at Poker House and other local rooms, they'll do, on a dealer change, they'll do a double board Hold'em. Let me make sure I'm saying that. They'll do a double board Hold'em bomb pot. Correct, yeah. Double board Hold'em bomb pot. And then, you know, some bigger stakes, they'll do like a 2-5. Yeah. So moves once per hand, the button lands on this. Yeah, okay, yeah. So yeah, in Houston we have a game like Houston we would do a very, what's the word of it? A very popular game in the rooms that was pretty staple across Houston. It was a reverse button PLO. So I think it's the same thing. So, you know, the button moves in one direction, the PLO button would move direction, but instead of it being PLO when the PLO button, quote unquote, hits the dealer button, you're talking about making it a dealer's choice game. What games would you put in that mix? Out of curiosity. Smoking Joe. Yeah, so Brandon, I like your. So we tried to have the feeder table ready. Without Eric. Eric's not here, so we kind of put together coordinated a plan a few hours before. And I think we executed it well for the most part in terms of making this game more efficient, having the chip counts ready of the people that are moving over, getting their picture taken, blah, 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 right? I'll tell you what, it's definitely better than from the first time we did it. So, okay. Not much on this board. Renee with Marshall getting there on a runner spades with the 3 high flush. Oh, I think they just turned the AC on. I've been having to drink so much water because I've been sweating in here. Thank God. You know, I was joking earlier in the stream that I'm flying solo. I think I'm happy that I'm flying solo because if there was another body in here, it would have been like miserable. Crazy Pineapple PLO 5-card stud. Anything when I play. Okay. Yeah. I like playing the mixed game. Sometimes on Tuesdays we've been running a 15-30 mixed game. Some of the games I'm not a big fan of, but you know, Badoogie Ace to 5, Deuce to 7 triple draw. Some of the stud games. We didn't have 5-card stud in our mix. Yeah, it's probably gonna have to be a no limit type game or a pot limit game. It couldn't be a limit game. Well, I don't know how fundamentally you could do that. I don't know, but I like the suggestion. It's pretty cool. I had started a game here a couple times. I did a. I did start a reverse button PLO. That game was actually, that game went 12, 14, 16 hours and some change.
5 folds, 6 folds, 9 folds. 3-man
Crazy pineapple smoke. Hold on. Crazy pineapple smoking Joe or regular pineapple? Before the flop, or after the flop? Jesse with the best hand here, top pair with the queen kicker. Gonna take this pot down.
No.
Not until stream's over. Right after the stream.
Right after the stream.
Yeah, that's right. They can't track it. If this one's quick, then I have another one. Don't worry. Next hand, somebody gets the throw.
Next time you can go all day. Straddle for the last hand?
What? Oh, yeah. Straddle for the last hand.
Triple? If it keeps coming, I'm going. Okay, so it'd be 80.
After crazy. Fair enough. I don't mind either one. I got to tell you about a fun game I learned in Vegas during the WSOP. The most DGen game ever. Okay. It's called Super Chicken. I'll explain the game. I don't know what happened with the tracker here.
All right, I'm gonna go ahead and keep going. So it's straddle for 10, straddle for 20, straddle for 40, straddle for 80, straddle for 160, straddle for 320.
Hiya! Did you see? I think like a quintuple straddle. So straddle to 320. These guys are DGen. I'm loving it.
All right.
Make that poker house. I'm loving it. Oh, please tell me we're gonna get the cards. Oh my gosh. I'm gonna be so sad if it doesn't get on the tracker. Okay. Whew. I'm okay with the cameras not working. Well, I'm not really okay with the cameras not working. Okay, so let's see. I don't know. These guys, I'm gonna turn down. I'm gonna turn down the mic here in the booth and let the table take over and let y'all listen to it.
Oh. Easy now. Okay.
This is a multi-straddle pot up to 320. 320.
Fold. And fold. Actually on the 1 seat. Fold.
We got an F it announced.
3 bigs is too much.
What do you add? I'm down for twice.
Let's go twice. There's a lot in the middle.
Yeah, I was about to say,
In case if it's more, do you call? In case if it's more, do you call? Just in case if it's more.
oh, it's not even 8. It's like not even 900.
I don't think he's folding for 100 more in a pot. 2,000.
Gombo here. Ace Santa Claus versus Jack 9 offsuit to a new player on the stream, Marshall, getting his feet wet into this live stream.
I peel an ace, and it's tough too.
Oh, everybody folded an ace. That's good.
They're going to be running 2 full boards. Hi, oh,
Flush draw.
ooh, fades the world on that one with Marshall flopping the joint. Looks like it's going to be a chop pot, maybe. Oh my gosh, on a sweat. This is so gross. He scoops this pot with Jack 9. Wow. Brax turns 2 pair on this board, and then Marshall picks up the diamond draw on the second board, and then Rivers a straight. On the first board, flops a straight. Nutso.
You hit it straight on both.
That was crazy. Super DJs. I love it. I love it. I love it. Love it. Ladies and gentlemen, if you are not from Texas, at least come down here one time. Make a weekend trip. If you come to Poker House of Dallas, I will get you a free daily membership, and I'll at least get you a free hour of play. And once we get our hotel partnership, I'll let you know about it. We'll post it, social media, website, Poker Atlas. All right, Brandon. Sorry. Back to your comment. I was too busy watching that craziness. Turn back down the table, Mike. What's nice about the VPIP game is the threat that the threat of being moved off the table is enough to make sure players keep your VPIP up. You don't actually need to kick anyone off. No, you have to kick somebody off. You have to kick him off. It didn't. I think it went relatively smooth early on. I think towards the end, didn't go as great as we had hoped. But again, this is only the third or fourth time we've tried this concept. So making things, trying to get better every single time, so to speak. But anyway, it is what it is. Hope you've enjoyed it this evening. Action-packed, as I expected. Again, the boy with that big old stack right there. I think he's got like $1 million in chips. No, I'm just kidding. I think it's at least 15K. This has been a fun table. It's kind of opened up a little bit here. Nearing the end of the stream, but I have 15, 20 minutes, give or take. Really appreciate you, ladies and gentlemen, tuning in. I think over the next couple of weeks after, well, the next week's going to be pretty busy for us in the live stream, not for cash, but for the tournaments. Going to sit down, put together a plan to make this live stream better, put together a team that's awesome. Even better team that we have right now. Here are pre-flop statistics. Really haven't gone over that too much this evening. Goodness gracious. I need to get in contact with YouTube on how we got it. This has got to stop. I'm sorry, y'all. But I am deleting them as quick as I can.
Well, he said 4.5 anyways, so that would put his minimum 10:30. And we started what 10:15.
25's a bet.
Yeah, I guess he'll come out.
75's a bet.
It was just weird. We're all like 3, and he goes, yeah. It was not 3.
4C fold, 5C fold, 6C fold, 7C fold, 8C fold, 9C fold. 2C calls, heads up action. Check. $65 is the bet.
Thanks to Mike Tanner running the action tracker. It is not fun to run that thing. I'll tell you what. There was a day that a handful of us came in to kind of learn it, turn on the system, get it going, running, blah 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 blah. And we each gave it 3 or 4 tries a piece, and it's a lot to set up. And you know, I consider myself slightly intelligent in some capacity. I'm not a ding dong, let's say that. But just the procedures to turn on. Again, I have literally zero audio visual technology background. You put a Excel spreadsheet in front of me, golden. Put, you know, knobs and levers and stuff to connect in front of me. Hey, just don't burn anything. Marshall picking up a $250 pot, turning trips with Queen Jack.
I don't know. I don't mind them, you know,
About 20 minutes left in this stream, give or take.
20 from the core. 5 folds.
Thank you for tuning in. I know we lost some viewers towards the end. It's rough.
7 calls.
It's funny because the people on the East Coast, they're probably in bed.
1 fold.
We're out right now,
3-way action.
Central Standard Time, in bed, going out, West Coast, just getting done with dinner, getting ready to go out. We really appreciate you tuning in, trying to help us build our subscriber base. And again, I know the past 6 weeks or so that I've used we're new to the live stream. And I really hope that I know that we don't have to use that excuse anymore. If you have not yet liked and subscribed all our social media platforms, if you look at the bottom at the ticker below, and I know at the beginning of the stream it said test because we ran a test stream yesterday, and that was the one thing I forgot to do in updating this live stream was that you will see all our social media platforms on Twitch, Twitter, Instagram, Facebook. Like, subscribe, share our YouTube channel. Tune in tomorrow, 6 to 10 p.m. Poker House Dallas. The Next Gen boys and their crew and their commentators from Hazlitt House Poker, Nick and Chris, will be in the booth.
We got a straddle mic from the 4. I'm sorry for the 3. Action's going to be on the 4 seat, playing for 10. 4 seat folds, 5 seat calls, 6 seat folds, 7 seat folds, 8 seat folds, 9 seat calls. 1 seat folded, 2 seat makes it 50. 3 seat folds.
Marshall in the big blind, raising it to Queen 10 suit to 50. John with 7-5 suited, gonna see a flop. Wow. Marshall flopping a monster, but John getting a piece of that with bottom pair. Combo draw from Marshall. Flush draw with a gutter to a straight. Bet call. 3 of spades changes absolutely nothing on this board. See if he continues to barrel here with his equity. Small sizing, quarter size bet, gonna give John a good price to call. Would have liked to have seen him size up there on the turn. Now does get there on the river. 2 pair for John. Let's see, like $200. Really small sizing, gonna super snap call. Probably could have got a little more value on the turn in a river by sizing up on his betting. I believe I played with John in the Black Chip Bounty tournament yesterday. Only because of the sunglasses. About 15 minutes away from the end of the stream.
Yeah, last week was a surprise on capping based on both players.
15 from the 8. 9 seat fold. 1 seat call.
Every Sunday night,
2 calls. 3 calls. 4 players, 1 to the flop.
no match. I always have to ask because then they're like, oh, we're going to add match. Yeah. No, I understand.
Check, check. 25 bet. Fold. Call.
Nobody with much of anything. I lied. Just looked at the board. Marshall has trips, so my apologies. Not just trips, turning them both 7 full.
I'm going to get there. Come on. Get there. Come on. One more time.
Yeah, I think he actually is going to get some value.
Wow, calling his hand out. Pretty much having the nuts there. A couple, obviously, there are definitely other hands that beat him, but with the way that hand was played.
I was convinced you were gonna get that. I can't got you.
You didn't want an ace coming out.
I know I didn't.
That's a lie. I didn't have an ace. I mean,
I still don't want an ace to come in.
because then I go, and you go, rats. The milkman gets there again.
Play 5. 5C4, 60 calls.
The boy with pocket sevens, queens for Frankie and +1. Probably going to be getting heads up between those two.
20 from the 2.
Ooh, 20 from the 2 seat. Marshall making a move with ace-9 on the button.
4C4.
A limp back raise.
250.
Yep, makes it 250. Small sizing. Gets Marshall to fold and gets the boy to fold. The boy playing exceptionally well. Let us know how we're doing here in the chat. And the live stream, or at least let me know. If you say, hey, the guy in the booth sucks, I wouldn't disagree. I wouldn't be mad at you. Yeah, Code didn't know the whole time. Just pretty much called out the effect of nuts and you know he had the nuts. Probably spooked him a little bit.
Actions on the 1. 25. 2C4. 100 going from the 3. 4C4. 5C4. Actions on the 1.
Maybe Cody had the buzzer to know that he wasn't good in his pocket.
Check.
3-bet pot to the flop, $200. Ace boy with ace king. Jesse with
50.
eights.
Call.
Gonna bet 150 on the turn. 500 to the, oh, and the boy just getting there. $250, $300. 60% pot. Gonna get a call.
Wants to bet from the 4. Once he moves all in.
Oh. He check raise ripped. Interesting line. Unexpected check raise. And here's the thing, right? Based off the the 3-betting pre-flop, that ace is way better for the boy than it is for Jesse. So for him to check raise, there's not too many check raise bluffs on the river. So Jesse turning his pair of 8s with a 7 kicker to a bluff. Probably trying to represent a hand like a flush. This is a really tough spot for the boy to be in. He has literally, what hand is he putting him on? Ace 10 of hearts. Probably not ace. Could we have ace queen of hearts?
Call. Player shows pair of 8.
And a ridiculously great call. Wow. Sniffs out the check raise. I like the move, though.
the boy pretty much putting a clinic on here.
Chips, live stream.
Terrell calling for more chips for the 1 seat.
15 add-on. Sixteen add-on. 16 add-on. 1600 add-on.
That is one of the things we talked about, getting everybody mic'd up, and then we're doing these. We're taking this live streaming step. So next step is the overhead flop cam, additional cameras, and I think the next steps are we're gonna put someone in an action tracker room, putting a headset on, so where the dealer doesn't have to yell and ruin the table talk. Kind of whispered into the headset, and then last but not least, hopefully, getting table mics for all players, and that would be kind of cool. So we spent a lot of money this past week on new technology. This stuff is not cheap, and I don't even want to guess how much it costs, because I would probably vomit in my mouth. But we're trying. The owners and the staff are willing to put in the money to make this stream better. I think got a little issue with the action tracker. Probably about a few minutes less than 10 minutes left
Yeah, maybe 20.
in the stream, give or take.
Heads up. Sorry, guys. Check from the 2. From the 4 seat. Call from 2.
You mean with the mystery cards? Looks like they're in the box.
Check from the 2, check from the 4. Show me a winner.
You mean with the best part? Okay, looks like there's an issue with the cards not reading, because they did give them the check marks. So there are our winnings. Marshall new to the table, 2K up after only buying it for 800. Obvious big winner, the boy in seat 3 up $1 billion, but it seems about 14K and some change. And again, if you are wondering, the math doesn't make sense with all the negatives. The negatives don't equal the amount he's up. It's because all those players have been eliminated and filtered. I want to say eliminated. It's probably not the correct word, but have chosen not to add on.
20. 4 and 5 fold.
Frankie in the small blind. I got a 3-bet. Yeah, I'm going to make it 100 out of the small blind to a late position open from the boy. $16.2K in a 2-5 match to stack, and the next biggest stack 3.2K by John in the 5 seat. How crazy is that?
1 seat folded. I got 25 from the 2. Wait, what? 3 seat folded. 4 seat folded. 5 seat folded. 6 seat folded.
And as we wind down the
as we wind down the end of this stream. Ladies and gentlemen, in the chat, in the live stream, thank you so much for your love and your support. For tuning in this Saturday evening for some of those up to 4.5 hours here at Poker House Dallas in the lovely Dallas, Texas area. We look forward to seeing you in future streams, future commentating, maybe even playing on the stream. We have some neat stuff coming up that we will be announcing post Danielle's birthday bash. Again, we have a 150K guarantee starting next Thursday. Have satellites all day. Not all day, I'm sorry. Tomorrow, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, 6 p.m. to get a seat, $120 buy-in, $10 staff add-on. You get $15K for the 120, an additional $5K for the $10 add-on bonus. 20K, up to 20K total. 15-minute blinds, 1 and 5. Win a seat to the birthday bash. 2 flights a day, Thursday, Friday. So sorry. For the birthday, 150K bash. Oh, hold on. Let me get into this action. Frankie, 3-betting ace-10 suited in the cutoff. Boy, gonna call. Oh, and Frankie flopping the nut flush draw, but the boy flopping bottom pair and backdoor club draws. The boy gonna check. Gonna bet just slightly on 1/3 pot. Gonna definitely get a call from the boy here. Get into the structure of gonna check raise. Nice check raise here. Probably thinking that this board doesn't really hit Frankie's 3-betting range. This is a board like the 7-9, you know, the boy has all the pocket 7s, pocket 9s. Probably doesn't have too many 7-9 suited 7-9 combos, possibly pocket 3s. Definitely Frankie's gonna call here. To the turn. King of diamonds. See what the boy barrels here. And if so, what size he's going to choose. Going to bet 260 into 425. 60% pot. Good value size betting. Is Frankie going to peel one? Another one? What hand is he putting on? The boy does have the best hand act. Oh, wow. I wonder if Frankie thinks he's going to potentially make a move here on the river. See what sizing he's going to use. Maybe going to go polar over bet pot. Maybe going to target overpair. Ace king. Nice hand by the boy. Picking up additional chips. Thank you, Brandon, for the comment. So going back to the birthday bash, 2 flights a day, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, 10 a.m., 4 p.m., 30-minute blinds, $500 buy-in. I don't know how long registration's open for. Let me double check. Taking top 10% of each flight to day 2 will be in the money when making day 2. If you multi-bag, the multi-bag is worth $3K, which is really nuts and sick. Okay, I've never heard of that before my entire life, which is pretty neat and pretty cool. It's gonna hopefully attract players to shoot multiple bullets, so to speak.
From the 5.
30-minute blinds, 40K starting stack.
On the 3C.
Day 2 restart Sunday 1 p.m.
Winner's going. Button moves to the 9. It's hand number 4, fellas. Last hand will be on C1. After the hand's complete, we'll find out what they're going to do. We got a straddle for 10.
Should only have a couple more hands. I made 2 to 3 hands left.
Folds. 5's gone. 6 gone.
Again, at the conclusion, these players can still play this. I think, is there still a feeder table? I don't know.
From the 7. 8C fold. 9C fold.
Thank you for tuning in again, ladies and gentlemen. It's been a very interesting evening. This game was originally not meant to be a V-pip game when the list started growing, so we're definitely going to have to put something together structurally to figure out how to streamline that, how to streamline the transition from the feeder table to the feature table. I think with this game, we're going to just have to have someone extra next to Mike kind of helping him out. So Mike doing a phenomenal job on the tracker. Again, a lot of people are always tell me and ask me, like, it can't be that hard. You're standing behind there watching poker. Just got to punch some buttons. Bet, fold, raise. I'll tell you what, if you think it's that easy, you come and do it. And if you do a good job, I'll buy you a cookie or 2.
125.
It is not easy to run that thing. And with this live stream,
Actions on the 5C.
the action tracker is the most important thing. You can sub me out of here in the booth. You can sub any dealer out of there. If you don't know action tracker, the stream is going to be not good. And Mike did a phenomenal job this evening. Thank you, Mike, for what you did. We all have improvements to make here. Me in the booth, some of the dealers as well. The action tracking, getting better every single time. And I believe the next hand is the last hand, or is this the hand that's the last hand? I don't know.
75 from the 6. And the 5C calls onto the river.
Yeah, for sure, Brandon, 100%. And I think one of the things we're going to do is maybe put him in a different, maybe not put him in a different room, just instead of hearing the dealer like yell it out and kind of taking it away from the table talk, putting a mic on him, which is that's what's traditionally done in most live streams. Again, we're still a little bit of ways from that in terms of progress. For a while, we're going to have somebody standing there until we get a good quote-unquote production team in place. A lot of these players have, a lot of these participants in the live stream in terms of the action tracker, the dealing, volunteer for this. I think it's kind of cool. I get to be on the YouTube. I get to be on the social media. Kind of neat. So I believe that was the last hand. So yeah. So I'm gonna turn on this webcam. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for tuning in. I'm Eddie, the Asian Sensation. 4.5 hour stream V-pip game 2-5 match a stack here at Poker House Dallas in Dallas, Texas. Look for us early next week to be streaming. I think tomorrow's going to be a day off. Monday's going to be a day off. Tuesday may or may not be a day off. I forget if Eric's getting back Monday or Sunday. I don't remember, but when he gets back, we're gonna install everything. We're gonna install the overhead cam, the new wiring, the additional camera. Is gonna test it out. Probably gonna run like a little test employee sit and go to make sure it works. And see how that runs. So I'm hoping the next time we may try to run like a test 1-2 500 cap Tuesday or Wednesday, depending on when Eric gets in and we get everything installed and just getting things going. So hopefully the next time I see you in the chat, it's going to be new improvements, better quality picture, no cameras getting stuck.
So who's playing? Who's still playing?
From Poker House Dallas, here in Dallas, Texas, I'm Eddie the Asian Sensation,
Drew's leading.
signing out.